toting, Bible reading, God believing, truth speaking, American. This magazine, Democrats committing treason. I know they think it's sweet, but you don't know who you dealing with. It's for free thinkers only. You ain't got no membership. They free. General Flynn out the cage, cause he innocent. Martin Roger Stone, cause the run know that he innocent. We need to kick out every single illegal immigrant. Mandatory voter ID laws we need to implement.
I'm Elbridge Garrett. I was a merchant, revolutionary, and eventually vice president. By 1776, it was clear to me the British Crown had no intention of treating us as equals, so I voted for liberty. I was a Harvard man and politically sharpened by Samuel Adams. When British troops marched on Lexington, I was nearly seized at Monotony Tavern, escaping into a cornfield in my nightclothes. A less than dignified moment, I confess. I joined the Second Continental Congress in 1776 and made a full-time job of asking tough questions and annoying British sympathizers. Years later, during the Constitutional Convention, I helped broker the Great Compromise, the one that gave us the House and the Senate split. Later, I served as governor of Massachusetts, but history, alas, is not always fair. In 1812, a redistricting bill passed under my governorship, fashioned to favor my party. Though I found it highly disagreeable, I signed it. And one district, a contorted serpent of a map, was likened to a mythological salamander. The cartoonist dubbed it a gerrymander. So now the term gerrymandering lives on, named after me, mispronounced ever since. Let my legacy instead be tied to a quote I still believe. It is the duty of every man, though he may have but one day to live, to devote that day to the good of his country.
Hello, everybody.
Hello, everyone.
Welcome to the Unrelenting Political Corner with Jimmy Bell.
Good evening, Ruby. How are you doing?
Doing good. Everybody into the chat right now.
Hope everyone had a great 4th of July weekend.
Yes. Happy July 4th.
Considering everything else is going on in this world. Why does it seem like, 1 week we're talking about something very controversial or in the news, and then by next show, no one's talking about it anymore. Like, where's the boots on the ground in Iran that we were told were coming? The news cycle just is moving so fast right now.
Right. But we don't even have time to process it. Like a week ago, I was upset. I was confused. I was like, I don't support this guy. Now this week, I'm like, oh my God, the Epstein list. What the heck? And we don't have time to process nothing.
Yeah, it takes a lot of time to wrap your head around stories that are happening right now. It did me this weekend. I had to take a couple steps back and be like, okay, what the hell is going on here? And folks, we promise you, we are going to get into the Epstein stuff. We're going to talk about it tonight. What our thoughts are, what our opinions are. And remember, please, what we say is our opinion from what we've been seeing. It's our thoughts, how we feel. And please respect that, like we would do for you as well.
Exactly. Let's move over to the chat. I see a new person in the chat. Welcome, Brian. He says, "Hey Jimmy, hope you're doing well, brother."
That must be is that my truck driver, buddy?
I don't know. Brian Maynard.
Yeah, Brian. Yeah.
Nice.
I want to say, Brian, a personal message to Brian since he's watching.
Mhm.
Dude, you have done such an excellent job in transforming your physical appearance. You look amazing, brother. Congratulations on the weight that you've lost. You've done an excellent job. You look great, brother.
Awesome. Wow, congratulations. Let's see. Roy is in the chat. He says, "What does a pool ball and an illegal immigrant have in common?"
A pool ball
Yeah.
and an illegal immigrant have in common. I don't know. What is the answer?
They both have good English when
Oh,
you hit
shit.
it hard enough. Yes, Brian
Wow.
says, "That's me. Thank you." Awesome, Brian. So glad to have you here.
Man, I've heard some jokes this week, and I'm not going to repeat them because I don't know what it is, but for the past 2 weeks, I've been like into this dark. I've always liked dark humor anyway. Some people find it really, really offensive, but I grew up in the era with Andrew Dice Clay, Eddie Murphy, George Carlin, in your face comedians, which would be considered a lot of stuff that they did back in the day would be considered dark humor today. But oh my God, these last couple of weeks, I've heard some that have made me die laughing. And I feel like Jesus is over my shoulder looking like, Jimmy, I see what you're laughing at.
Excuse me.
My guardian angel's probably sitting there like, oh, Jimmy, Jesus.
Yep. Yep. Trying to hold you back. He's tired. Hi to Jake Day in the comments. Dan says hello. Brian says that he's down over 185 pounds in just over a year.
Yes.
Let me find out. Brian needs to give the secrets up. Like,
he's done an amazing job. I'm so proud of him.
That's amazing. Jimmy, how's Skitty?
She's fine. She's not here yet. She'll be here. Who's asking?
JG.
JG, okay. Yeah, Lisa, she's usually one of our regular viewers. She's was a customer of mine at a company with Aflac Insurance. And she says now every time that she sees a cat, she put this post out the other day. Every time she sees a cat, she goes, "Oh, here's Skitty, Skitty, Skitty."
Aww.
So I'm sure Skitty will be here sometime.
Yes.
I haven't brought Dash and Daisy on camera with you guys yet.
Oh, yeah, yep.
I haven't brought them on camera yet. Yeah, well, hey, at least I ain't got to leave at 9:30 anymore. So that's a good thing too.
We are going to hang out tonight. There's a lot of news to cover and a lot of opinions to get through because I'm sick and tired of this. I think I'm going to take a back seat from politics for a minute. Like after the last 2-3 weeks that I was like, Trump is doing a lot of things that I don't agree with. I was kind of like wiping my hands a little bit. And now this was like the last straw was the Epstein thing. And I'm like, okay, I'm done. I am done. I don't care no more. But I do care. So we're here.
Well, I've been at this now for over 5 years. And there are times that you do have to just take a step back and live your life for a little bit. Well, you're supposed to live your life every day. But you know what I mean? Focus on taking care of yourself. There's been times that I've had to step away from listening to videos or doing a video for a couple of weeks at a time, just so that I could recalibrate. And because I think what we're dealing with right now is an ongoing thing,
Mhm.
obviously. And I do believe it will come to an end, but along the way, it's going to be rough. I've been warning, I've been saying that forever to tell people to buckle up because you
Mhm.
just don't know how crazy this ride is going to get. And this July has started
Mhm.
off really crazy. And I even put a post on my page the other night saying, I do believe that this might be the strangest July we have ever witnessed. I said, I'll check back with that post on 8/1. But so far, we're 8 days in, and oh my God.
Yeah, and I kind of felt like I want an Independence Month, not an Independence Day. I wish we had the entire month to celebrate our independence. Like I felt like this one just went by fast. Like like nobody was even throwing fireworks as much as last year. Like I don't know, I just sensed a different. It was weird. I don't know.
They didn't have a lot of fireworks in your area?
Not really. Like usually on the 3rd, as soon as the sun goes down, they're already throwing it like crazy and your house is shaking. You know what I mean? But this year was nothing.
Well, that must just be the area you're in because around here, the
Mhm.
3rd, the 4th, and the 5th, it sounded like a freaking war zone out here in my
But
in my
that's what
county.
I'm saying. In Tampa is usually rowdy. Like and even I'm on the outskirts and it's usually, busy and fireworks like crazy, but they put a notice on our door that we are no longer allowed to do fireworks, I guess, like on this little road. And I guess everybody took it seriously and they obeyed the rules. I was like, what the heck? This is July 4th. It's Independence Day. We were descendants of rebels. What you talking about? Are you really listening to the office right now?
What
Like you
was
should be throwing fireworks.
what was the reason why they told you not to do fireworks?
Well, it was just a paper that said, there's a lot of trees here. We don't want no more fireworks here. It's a new management that's managing
Oh my
these
God.
areas. Yeah, I know, and I was thinking, oh, nobody's gonna listen to that. You know what I'm saying? Because everybody civilly disobeys for July 4th. That's a given, right? But no, they literally took it. I guess they took it seriously, and nobody threw fireworks. It was barely. I
Yeah,
don't, I don't
see,
know, man. It was
yeah, that
it
wouldn't
was
have flown out
wild.
here. Yeah, I think now allegedly, okay, the story goes that they did the same thing for Los Angeles a couple of years
I
ago,
remember that. Yup.
and Los Angeles defied that little order that they put out, and there was fireworks going off all over the city.
Mhm.
So there's trees out here. There's trees. Oh my God.
I
Yeah,
know, I know. It was
yeah.
just
I
it was
would try to
whack.
find out. I would try to find out who actually put that in place. Oh shit! Bug.
Just
Sorry, bug flew in my ear.
yeah. So anyways, I don't know. It was just like weak. It was a weak July 4th this year. I don't know.
Well, I'm sorry. You should have come up here.
Yeah, right? Like I mean, New York City had the show. You know what I'm saying? Like all the big cities had the show. Downtown Tampa had the fireworks show. But nobody I'm a little bit more like in the country, more like on the
Yeah,
outskirts of Tampa. So it's like, dang, nobody showed out this year.
yeah. That's unfortunate. All right.
Mm,
Well, what we got going on in the chat? And I guess we'll get into some news.
yes. I'm your daddy is in the chat. Says, I heard that some cities had drones in the sky looking to see who did fireworks and sent fines. Can you believe that? You see what I'm saying? Why celebrate the independence when we're not independent? I mean, you know how they say like one oppressor for the other because
Yeah,
we're barely free right now. Like I had that whole debate recently how we're not really free. It's just an illusion of freedom.
and you're right. And that's. I mean, when I was younger, July 4th was so different. I mean, it just seemed way more patriotic. More people were into it. We didn't have the issues we have today, except well, some things we had going on, we just didn't know about it. Um,
Mhm.
but as it is today, for those that have woke up to everything that's going on in this world on both sides, it doesn't matter.
Mhm.
But
Mhm.
you realize that, yeah. we have been our civil liberties have been stripped away piece by
Mhm.
piece. Our uh, rule of authority has taken over in some places, like with y'all street and your fireworks, and
Mhm.
it's just like this massive push for control of the people.
Yeah.
And when you have that, yeah, it's an illusion of freedom.
Mhm.
I don't think a lot of people realize today what actual true freedom feels like.
Yeah.
You know, go if you're a fisher, if you go fishing a lot, you got to have a license everywhere you go.
I know. We have speed limits and seatbelts, and I already went into that last time.
Yeah, imagine if you didn't have to go get a fishing license. Or I'll give you
Exactly.
a perfect example. With me, I wanted to build a deck on my house. You're supposed to have a permit. I
Yeah.
said, F that. I did not get a permit and I built my deck.
Good for you. You see what I'm saying? Why do we have driver's licenses? Why? Why do we have to register to get married? Like, come on.
Well, there was one good thing I saw a couple hours before we came on tonight, and I think it might actually be mentioned in the news blast. But Kristi Noem came out and announced that they are dropping the no shoes policy going into the airport.
I mean, is that exciting? Like, to me, that was a flop. Like, did we
That's
ask for that? I mean, it's in the right direction, but like in the grand
that's
scheme of things, shoes, come on.
I get that. I get that, but it's showing that slowly but surely a lot of
Mhm.
these things that were put into place to keep us under, you know,
Yeah. Yeah.
the elite's thumb is it's slowly going away.
Yeah,
So
but you
it's a step. Hey, it's a step, no pun intended, in the right
Mhm.
direction.
Yeah. This is why I am not an incrementalist. I'm an abolitionist. I want it out of here overnight. I don't need to go step by step by step to get to true freedom. Stop playing with me. Like to me, that was like they're trying to throw us a bone so that we could be happy about something because we don't have the Epstein files, or because Diddy got acquitted, or because, like everything's happening and they just want to give us something to be happy about. And I'm not
Yeah,
happy.
and unfortunately, what'd you say? Incrementalism.
Incrementalists.
Yes.
Yeah.
That's basically the playbook of these elites.
Mhm.
That's what they've been doing to us for over 150 years. Little by little, let's take a little bit of freedom away. Let's take a little bit here. Let's take a little bit there. Let's wait 30, 40 years and then we'll do this one. So this is what they've been doing to us. So we got to recognize that was at play and how we got here. So to see it slowly go back the other way in favor of the people is at least a little bit. I'm happy with that. I want more. I
Yes.
want more. I want more now. We're going to talk about that when we get to the Epstein stuff. I got a comment I want to say about that.
Oh, yes. Get ready, everybody. Everybody who is watching, if you haven't entered the chat already, enter it now. As soon as the link goes up for people to get, rowdy with us on the stage, get ready for the link, get on top of it. Have your little fingers ready to be to be typing your opinions out if you don't want to join the stage. But yeah, we're going to get into it because a lot happened this week that I'm like once again shrugging my shoulders and just being like, all right. It is whatever. Like I'm sick of it, but we're gonna get into it. I am going to play your intro.
All right.
Welcome everybody to the news with Jimmy Bell coming out of North Carolina. Go ahead, Jimmy. What do you have for us?
Good evening. Thank you, Ruby, for the introduction. This is the News Blast brought to you by Enoch from Telegram, presented to you by yours truly. All right, so we got great news. Enoch is back, putting the post up, and I have got 7 pages tonight. I've got a lot. So what I'll do for those that may be watching for the very first time, we're going to go back and cover the headlines. And we're going to do it day by day, starting with last Tuesday, July 1st. And then when I get done with that portion for that day, we're going to go to the comments, take comments from there, see what questions, and then we'll move on to the next day. So, and again, if you hear something that you're not sure about and you want more information on it, go look it up. Go check the story out for yourself. We're just going to provide you some headlines. Okay, now let's hope my voice can hang in there tonight, because there's a lot. Okay, so let's go into Tuesday, July 1st. U.S. won't send some weapons pledged to Ukraine following a Pentagon review of military aid. Iran's foreign minister claims U.S. strikes heavily and seriously damaged nuclear sites. But wasn't the media the one saying that, they didn't really do too much, blah, blah, blah. But the minister comes out and says heavily and seriously damaged the sites. Trump says Doge might have to go back and eat Elon Musk after his criticism of the GOP bill. All right. Senate passes Trump's big, beautiful bill in 51-50 vote after marathon session. Now, this was on Tuesday while it was still in the Senate.
Right.
USAID programs now being run by state departments as agency ends the operation. That is freaking huge. Do you know how much stuff the USAID was involved in all over the world? And now it's ending the operations and being ran by a State Department agency. So hopefully that State Department agency does the right thing. Unlawful crossings along southern border reach new historic low. That is awesome. Musk proposes a new political party.
Oh yeah. I have a skit of the America Party just dropped their new recruitment video, and it's obviously a spoof. It's to be funny, but this is hilarious. Let's watch it.
Are you tired of the Democrat-Republican Uniparty? Are you tired of your American voice not being heard? Then join the America Party.
Oh my God.
Did you know the founders of the Democratic Party were Americans? Did you also know the founders of the Republican Party were Americans? But guess what? The America Party is founded by a South African. Wait, what? The True America. And the guy who registered the America Party is Indian. Okay, now I'm not sure where we're going with this, but the visual effects of an eagle flying across the screen with the sound of it. America. Jesus, man.
The America Party that Elon wants to start.
Wow.
I know, it's a joke. I mean, but go ahead. We're going to get into it later. Go ahead, Jimmy.
Yeah, we're going to talk about that again later. Okay, because I'll save comments till then. Okay. All right. Oh, Lord, where was that? Okay, here we go. This one. I love this one. Trump tours Alligator Alcatraz Immigration Detention Center in Florida.
Yep.
I'm so on board with Alligator Alcatraz. And I don't care for the haters saying, oh, Jimmy, screw it.
I know. And to apply to work there, they pay you like $3,000 a week, I think it was. 6 weeks on base, meals provided, room and board provided, 2 weeks at home, and they'll pay for your flights. So if you have a security license, I think it's armed or unarmed, you could come from out of state and work there if you wanted to. Yeah.
Wow.
It's creating a lot of good jobs.
I've been watching some videos on X and these people crying about it. And there was one that said, "This is so horrible. You know, why are they going to put people places where they can get eaten by alligators? That's so humane." And then the next person comes on and says, "Not if they don't stay in their cage."
Yeah. I mean,
You don't try to escape, you're not going to get eaten.
you're in a country where you don't know. Sometimes you don't even know the language. You are here. I don't know why. Yeah, but I mean, that makes it worse. Yes, but if you don't even know the language, if you're in a country where you don't know anything, you don't know if there's a dangerous area or not. So the sense of entitlement of like safety or something, nobody's entitled to that.
You know what? I sent you, since we're talking about that, I think it's in your X DMs, just here in the past hour or two, about a guy in England who took advantage of a 15-year-old.
I got it. You want me to play it?
Yeah, I want you to play that. And this, folks, is why I don't have a problem with every illegal alien being deported at all. No problem. But yeah, run this.
The most disgusting case, well, one of the most disgusting cases I've seen in recent days, weeks, whatever. A man called Sadek Niksad, 29, raped a 15-year-old girl following her down the street in broad daylight in a town in Scotland, entered the UK illegally 2 years before the attack, from Afghanistan. He harassed her and then went and raped her in a courtyard. This is the man pictured. And we're not deporting him.
Well, no, he arrived on a small boat just a few years ago. At the court, he was shouting and screaming at the judge. But most extraordinarily, his counsel, acting for him on the taxpayer's pound, was saying that there were significant cultural differences between the UK and Afghanistan, where this asylum seeker came from, and that those cultural differences meant that he didn't understand that he shouldn't rape a 15-year-old girl.
No.
Well, what do you reckon to that? Cultural barriers. Apparently this chap, he didn't know. He didn't know it was wrong to, grab a girl off the street and rape her in broad daylight. No, didn't know. I can't speak the language very well. We have child marriage back where I'm from. Well, perhaps our government should pay a little more attention to the people who they're allowing to stay in this country. This is someone who arrived illegally.
The most irritating thing about all of this is people, if they come across on a small boat from a country that doesn't have child marriage and that has a sort of Western idea of consent, well, they're going to be sent back to their country pretty darn quickly.
Yep.
Whereas if you come from a part of the world where the idea of consent doesn't even really exist.
No Me Too movement in Afghanistan.
If you come from one of those places, well, you're going to get indefinite leave to remain, aren't you? Because we can't send you back to the horrible place.
It's just absolutely shocking. 9 years in prison, probably will serve half of that, if that, back on the streets.
Oh, hell no. Hell no.
So when someone starts crying about alligator Alcatraz, or we're deporting illegals without due process, then let's play that clip, because that's exactly what they're trying to do here in America, is to cause that cultural barrier thing. Bring.
No.
Yeah, I mean, we see it. I mean, we've talked about it before, how they're changing the identity of certain cities and certain states. And I'm trying to, if you read between the lines, I think you folks know what I'm talking about. I'm trying to be a little sensitive so that they don't accuse me of something. Anyway, but yeah. Wasn't that crazy?
Yeah, but no, like that's not an excuse just because you didn't know the laws of that country or the language or nothing. No, that's not an excuse. And if you're doing illegal activity and not knowing anything, don't be surprised when you get sent back to your country. Like, do not be crying about it. No,
Yeah.
Sorry.
So,
but not sorry.
So
go ahead,
if anybody ever wants to get me a gift, they are selling alligator Alcatraz shirts. So I'm accepting that. I'm kidding, y'all. I'm kidding.
Listen, I'm about to apply. Let me get my security license and let me apply. 3K a month?
Man.
I mean, a week?
I wonder if you could go live on the Unrelenting Political Corner from Alligator Alcatraz. That would be awesome.
That would. I should put a request and I'll go over there with my GoPro or something.
That would be hilarious. Okay, so let's finish out Tuesday because we have a long way to go, folks.
Yep.
Trump says Israel has agreed to conditions of a Gaza ceasefire. So there's that. Another little conflict being paused. We will see how it goes, how that plays out. There's a lot more with that. Colombia to pay $9 million settlement in U.S. news data misrepresentation lawsuit.
Good.
So we're starting to see a lot of news agencies being held accountable and are being sued, and they're having to pay off on these suits because of what they've been doing and have been doing. Harvey Epstein wins New York City Council primary, defeating Anthony Weiner. I don't even understand how Anthony Weiner can still be involved in politics.
Who is he?
You don't know about the Weiner laptop?
I've heard about it, and the name is very familiar, but I don't know.
Go down that rabbit hole.
Oh Lord! But I mean, like, who is he? Is he a politician or like who? Like who? Okay.
Yeah, I think he was a congressman, and he was hooked up with Huma Abedin, the lady that
yep.
who was the assistant right-hand gal to Hillary Clinton.
Right, that's the only thing I know.
And that there was a file on his computer called insurance. What was it?
Okay, that's where that theory comes from.
Oh God, what was it called? Insurance policy. I think it said insurance policy.
Okay.
And allegedly, let me repeat that. 12 of the FBI agents that viewed the information on that laptop, 9 of them threw up immediately when they saw it. Allegedly.
Okay. Yeah. I've heard that before. I just didn't know that it was his. I didn't connect the dots. Okay, so now I know.
All right, so that's Tuesday. Anything in the comments?
Not that much. Gigi says alligator nuggets sound delicious. Let's see. Dallas says, I love you, Jimmy.
Love you too, Dallas.
Let's see. We have Terry. Welcome to the chat. She's talking about the London, Afghan, crimes. I don't want to say the word, or I might have to trim out that clip too, because I don't want the stream, to get flagged or anything. But yeah, I've heard of those news happening over there. That's about it.
All right, so let's move into Wednesday, July 2nd. Pentagon halts weapons shipment to Ukraine amid concerns over the U.S. stockpile. NATO chief praises Trump's leadership, addresses Ukraine war, and daddy nickname.
Oh, yeah, I saw that clip. He called Trump daddy, right? Or something like that.
Yeah.
That was a little weird. And did that not strike you as weird or funny? I don't know. Was he trying to be funny?
It was funny to me. It's funny to me. I mean, did you see Trump's response to it?
Yeah, he said
that was funny.
Yeah, I don't know, but it's kind of weird. Like, why would a man say that's one of the man? Like, on the stage like that. I don't know. Like, if you were in the living room, right? And if you were in his living room and you're joking like that, then okay. But you're on the world stage, right? In front of cameras, and you slip in a little joke like that. Like, I don't know. It's just weird.
Yeah, it is what it is, I guess. Hey, we got to have some moments of laughter in this whole movie, right? There's got to be there's got to be a break. We got to be able to laugh at something. Trump says Israel has agreed to conditions for a 60-day Gaza ceasefire. I would love to see all the people that were, for Gaza, for Palestine. What's their reaction to that? I
But the
haven't.
damage has already been done, though. Like, how can you call
I
that a
know,
win
but
or something? I don't know.
you know, at least no one's getting killed at the moment, allegedly.
Yeah, at
All
least for
right.
that.
Yeah. Gotta take the wins, man. Gotta take them when we get them. Paramount agrees to pay. Oh, here's another one. Paramount agrees to pay $16 million to settle Trump's lawsuit over 60 Minutes Kamala Harris interview.
I saw that. Yeah, that's good.
Yep. All right. Sean Diddy Combs acquitted on most serious charges in historic racketeering case.
Yeah, we gotta talk about that a little
Yeah,
later. We gotta.
we're going to get into
Yeah.
that. Here we go. Diddy Combs bail denied due to propensity for violence.
What does that even mean?
That he has the ability to cause violence. He could actually go out and do something to somebody violently. So they denied him bail.
Oh, okay. They should be already sentencing him. I don't know what's taking so long. Like, this is irritating. I'm telling you, I'm irritated. Like, am I black pilled right now or something? I don't know. Because
well, unfortunately, you hear the saying that the wheels of justice move slowly, right? So they always got these processes they have. They got to go through, building the case, getting all the evidence, then doing the hearing. And then after the hearing, you have the verdict. And there's time in between that. And then by the time you get to the verdict, there's a time period for the sentencing to take place. It's just the way it's set up. I don't agree with it. I would like to go ahead and see. I guess they wait for maybe more evidence to come through, because it would suck to sentence somebody after a verdict and they were actually innocent. You know what I mean?
No, yeah, I get it. It's the process. I'm okay with that. But don't they have enough? Like, why even bring him up if you don't have enough to close it? Like, this should be said and done. That's it. Yeah.
Well, you weren't alive when we had the OJ trial.
Right, but that was
that
huge.
Captivated the nation. Let's just say that, okay?
Yeah, of course. Everybody was watching that. I remember talking about it with my parents too. Like, the world stopped. Like, everybody was in Times Square looking at the screens. Like, it was legit history being made.
Yeah.
And he off. Even to this day, I'm like, that man was probably guilty. Probably.
Yeah. All right. 7 unaccounted for after explosion at a California fireworks warehouse.
I did not hear about that.
Oh, you didn't see that?
No, I didn't.
It seems like every year here lately, there's always a warehouse or a store or something just going the freak off. Everything's just blowing up.
Well,
can you imagine? Weird. Yeah, it's happened. I feel like it's happened every year for the past 5 years.
We're like across the nation or in one state?
Yeah, across the nation.
Okay.
Yeah, it seems like there's always a factory or a fireworks store that just blows the hell up. So, Trump announces U.S.-Vietnam trade deal. I heard a little bit about that. That's actually pretty good because that actually hurts China a little bit. All right, where am I at? Okay, that was that part. Brian Kohlberger pleads guilty to murdering 4 University of Idaho students in 2020. Now,
that was crazy.
Yeah, what sucks about that is he took a plea deal and the family members were not aware of the plea deal, and then it was announced, taking the family members by surprise.
What was the plea deal?
That he would plead guilty and get lesser charges.
I mean, do you know how much less? Like, is it?
I don't know. I haven't looked at the complete story.
Okay.
But I
now
do
he should
know
go for life, though, right? Like, that's.
I'm sorry.
Murders.
I'm sorry. If you plead guilty to murdering somebody,
life.
I don't even think life's good enough.
Death penalty.
I'm sorry. That's you deliberately kill somebody, and you're going to expect the taxpayers to pay for everything for the rest of your life?
Yeah, that's what JG just said. He said he avoids the death penalty. Now that's crazy.
Yeah. Yeah.
Oh
So
my
now
God.
the taxpayers of Idaho have got to pay for his meals, his health care, his everything he gets in prison.
Yeah.
I'm cut him off.
Yeah. Yep.
That's
This is
Trump administration pauses $6 billion in education programs. Okay, I don't know what those programs are. I don't know, so I can't comment on that. Researchers announce new effort to find Amelia Earhart's plane.
Oh yeah, I heard about that. And that's another one. That was one of the innocent rabbit holes that I started going on long time ago. Was like, oh, the disappearance of her plane and who she was, and like I knew about her only because she was featured in Night of the Museum. Have you seen that movie with Ben Stiller?
Yeah.
A movie like that. I'm like, oh, who's that? And then when you start learning you start going down the rabbit hole. That to me was like, they know what happened to her. Like deep down inside, I'm like, they probably know what happened. They covered it up, or somebody wanted to take her out, or you know what I'm saying? Like my brain always jumps to like the conspiracy part, and I'm like, they know where she is. Stop playing with me.
Yeah. I don't know the whole story. I mean, of course, I've heard about it all these years. I've never went down the rabbit holes on that one. U.S. judge says Chinese Huawei Technologies must face criminal case for racketeering and other charges. Wonder what those other charges are. Detroit area nursing homes accused of mistreatment reach $4.5 million settlement.
Wow.
So that was Wednesday of last week. Anything in the comments?
Let's see. Lisa says he would get the same on death row because they don't unalive them right away. Yeah, but we need to fix that. Like they should be, you shouldn't be on death row for decades. Why is it's so easy? I mean, I don't want to sound insensitive, but that, death penalty, boom, like get it over with.
It's like one of the things that Trump said when he was on the campaign trail and he's talking to Xi Jinping. Why don't you have any crime over in China? They're in this conversation,
right?
And he says, "Quick trial." So
exactly, like come on.
I know there's people out there that are against the death penalty, and we have found out that there have people that have been on death row that they have been exonerated because of DNA testing and everything.
Okay, that's different. But if you have a like clear cut case, you should be able to get on that death penalty or death row quickly and swiftly removed from the earth based on the crime that you committed, right? Capital crime. Like, why are you still eating and drinking?
There may be some people watching the show right now and be like, "Oh, they're just heartless." No, you admit to killing 4 people. I'm sorry.
Exactly.
You need to go.
And they can prove it. Like it was indeed you, like with no question, no doubt. Stop it.
I mean, that would possibly give people some pause for, going out there and committing crimes.
Exactly.
Maybe.
Exactly. Jane says, why waste time on Amelia Earhart's plane? Or why even bring it up in the news cycle? It's like they want to distract us with something like this story.
Yeah.
When how much other stuff is pressing right now that's more important than Amelia Earhart. I'm sorry, Amelia. Like, I'm sorry. But you disappeared a very long time ago. I'm sorry. That whole generation is dead and gone. So I'm sorry. But we have bigger problems.
I agree. All right, let's go into Thursday. Oh, wait, do you have any more in the comments?
No, go ahead.
Okay. Thursday, July 3rd. 4 killed, 14 hurt in Chicago mass shooting. Don't they have gun laws in Chicago? Just saying. Michael Madsen's Reservoir Dogs and Kill Bill Volume 2 actor dies at 67.
Don't know who that is.
Yeah, I had to actually look him up, and when I saw his face, I was like, oh, okay, that's who that dude is. Okay. This one. Trump says he'll host a UFC fight on White House grounds next year.
Stop playing.
Why?
Stop playing, Trump. Stop.
Okay. So for everybody out there who's like, oh, Jimmy's always on the Trump train, why do we have to have a UFC fight at the White House? Why?
We don't. Another waste of a time. Another distraction, in my opinion.
That just reminds me of bread and circuses right there.
Exactly. Like, stop it.
I'm just like, we don't really need that.
We need our money back. That's what we need. We need our money back from Doge. Where's our money? That's what we should be talking about.
Exactly. Trump says Putin call yielded no progress on Russia-Ukraine ceasefire.
Of course not.
You know what? I will be so glad when we're no longer talking about fucking Ukraine.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Sorry for the language
of these people.
But this has been going on since what? March of 22?
The
whole Ukraine. Well, yeah. And it goes back further than that, but
yeah.
House passes GOP's big, beautiful bill, sends it to Trump. And the only thing I'll say about the big, beautiful bill, I have not read it for myself. I have seen some of the things that are in there that I'm totally down with. Others that I'm like, okay, let's see how that plays out. But for me, and I was telling Ruby this earlier, if the Democrats and the rhinos are fighting so hard to not pass something, that makes me want it more.
But I mean, they're always going to fight over it. That's their job. That's what Congress is supposed to do. They're supposed to debate these things. It's not supposed to be something, lightly, to be taken lightly. Of course, you need to take the time and the energy to debate something. I get it.
Yeah.
But if people want to complain about the debt, right? Or the debt ceiling or whatever. All I want to know is, where is my money? Have you seen that meme where she's like, money, please?
Yeah.
That's what I want. Who cares about the debt? Who cares if they wanted it or don't want it? Where is my money?
Yeah.
That's what I want to know.
It's kind of funny because people have been talking about reparations for slavery, and they've just been pinpointing on one group of folks. What folks don't realize is that every U.S. citizen deserves reparations from the U.S. government.
Exactly. Like, at this point, let's do it, because I'm sick and tired of these people. Let's do it. Like, we all deserve our money back from what the government has been stealing from us. So until I get that repayment back or something, like, something's gotta give. Like, at least give families a free home or something. And I know that sounds socialist of me, but like, at this point, I'm so sick and tired of it that, at this point, let's do it. Who cares about the debt? Pass the bill.
Yeah. All right. Man, we're on fire tonight, feels like.
Yeah, sorry. I'm worked up.
Congressional. Oh, I didn't hear about this one. This might needs to be something to look into. Congressional intern killed in a Washington, D.C. shooting.
Rest in peace, I guess. Sorry.
I don't even know who that intern is. See, for me, my head, I'm thinking, okay, who is the intern?
Right.
Who did the intern work for?
Yep.
Yeah, that's where my mind goes with this stuff. Okay.
Yep. Conspiracy brain.
Sorry. It's just the way it's wired. Supreme Court paves way for Trump to send migrants to South Sudan. Yay. Get over it. Sorry. Saudi defense minister secretly meets with Trump to discuss Iran de-escalation.
Okay.
Hakeem Jeffries, Timu Obama sets record for longest House speech.
I'm sick of that man. I don't know what it is, but his eyes or his face, something about him makes me not like him. I don't know what it is, but I don't like him. He looks
Yeah.
like a snake. Like he looks like you can't trust him. I don't know why, but it's very weird. Really
Yeah.
weird. I don't like him. Like,
The very first time I ever saw him, I was like, you just get a vibe. I just get a vibe about people.
yep,
And I was like, oh, no, watch out for that dude. And then when
yep.
when you hear him speak, he speaks in the same manner that Obama did or tries to.
Right.
Oh my
right.
God.
Yeah,
Ugh.
I learned my lesson with that, like reading people with Lindsey Graham. In the
Oh yeah.
beginning, I was loving the guy. I was like, oh, he's funny. He's saying, like he's saying the truth so much. And as soon as I saw him do a 360, and the other one, Mitch McConnell, they call him like a
Mhm.
turtle. I
Turtle.
was like, these two, they they really did get me. That was when I was a newbie Republican. I was like, yeah, I'm a Republican. And I was watching them and listening to them and loving them. And those were the two who gave me a real good lesson.
Yeah. Well, I mean,
Yeah.
I felt the same way about Mitt Romney, back in 2012 until I started to find out the stuff that he was involved in. And then John McCain to find out all the stuff that he was involved in along with his buddy Lindsey Graham.
Mhm.
Yeah, that's when that whole veil of, okay, there's rhinos in here. That's when it began for me.
Exactly. I didn't know what that was at the time. Oh, Ted Cruz also gives me the creep. Like I don't like him.
I don't like that dude.
Nope. And Abbott too. Something about him is a little off. Like, I feel like they always toe the line, but they never go like you don't know the real man. You know what I'm saying? Like,
Right.
I don't know. It's just like the fakeness is. Ugh, I don't like it. Anyways, yeah. Go ahead.
All right. Wildfires on the Greek island of Crete forced thousands to evacuate.
Mm-hmm.
There's a lot of weather crap going on right now. We're going to get into that here in a second.
Yes. Mm-hmm.
Nissan recalls more than 480,000 vehicles over engine failure risk. So if you own a Nissan, you might want to go look up and see what year and make and model they're discussing. Just a PSA. Go check your vehicle.
Would it hurt you to buy a Ford?
Did you do that in your best countryman accent?
Yeah.
That's what it sounded like. Oh,
Yeah,
Lord.
that's Clint Eastwood in the movie.
Oh yeah, okay.
Yeah,
Didn't he actually say that line?
Yes, he said,
Okay.
would it hurt you to buy a Ford? And he's looking at his son like a traitor.
Wow. Oh my God, that's funny. Space Force picks Boeing for $2.8 billion strategic communication program.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know what that's about. All right, that's Thursday. Any comments? Any comments?
Let's see. GG for GB says, as a Mexican, I am offended that Trump has not raided any Chinatown. I'm right there with you, GG. Jane says, RF Kennedy, I feel is kind of creepy. I mean, I can't really tell with him because of the voice. The voice kills me. Like I can't even listen to him for a minute and a half. I can't do it.
Yeah, it's so hard.
I'm sorry.
And that's unfortunate. We're not making fun of his disability. It's just very difficult to listen to.
Yeah, because I'm too distracted with the voice that I'm not reading character. I'm not reading who he is because I could barely understand what he's saying.
Yeah.
So for me, it's just hard. Like,
yeah,
it must be me, my ADHD or something because I can't.
Yeah. What else we got?
Okay. Greg Abbott, Joseph says, is a member of the WEF.
Yeah.
Okay. Let's see. Oh, Jane says that his voice is messed up because of a past cocaine addiction. I did not hear that. I thought it was hereditary.
I thought it was some type of accident that caused it.
Really? Okay.
Or Maybe I really didn't know what caused it.
Yeah, me
I just thought-
neither.
Damn. Okay. See, we
All
don't
right.
know. See, we don't pretend like we know everything.
No, yeah. I mean, sorry to that man, but okay, go ahead.
All right, let's go into Friday, Independence Day. Trump says U.S. to start sending out tariff letters to trade partners. Yay.
Mm-hmm.
Trump signs big, beautiful bill in July 4th ceremony at the White House.
Mm-hmm.
Trump says he didn't make any progress with Putin in a Ukraine conversation. 24 dead in Texas, flash flooding, and search continues for more than 20 missing from camp.
Yeah, that was the biggest news that happened this week. So
You got some stuff on that, right?
actually, no. I mean,
Okay.
I put it in the title just to bring it up so we can talk about that. But I lost the tweet where it kind of went on the conspiracy side. But I mean, it's just sad all around. You know what I'm saying? Because those were kids. Like, damn. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's messed
Yeah.
up.
We need to, I should have kept a mark on the ones we needed to go back to, but we need to come back to this one.
Yep.
Yeah. Here we go again. UFC confirms Trump's plan to host a fight at the White House in 2026. Why?
Sick. I'm done.
Why? Patel and Ratcliffe bolster claims that FBI and CIA conspired against Trump. Patel and Ratcliffe bolster claims. Yeah. Okay. Oh, and don't know where it's going to go, but it was announced a couple of hours ago that John Brennan and James Comey are now under investigation for criminal activities in regards to the Russia hoax. That's
who are they?
James Comey is the former FBI director.
Okay.
At the end of okay, hold on, let me get this wrong. Was he at the end of Obama's?
Okay. Yeah, the name sounds familiar. I mean, I'm still trying to learn these people.
Well, that story, that whole Russiagate story, John Brennan, James Clapper, James Comey, Peter Strzok, Lisa Page, all that whole story is huge. So there's a lot of information there that a lot of people don't know that was very treasonous. And all those people that I just mentioned need to be held to justice. They need to be held accountable. So we'll see what happens. I'm not going to hold my breath these days, but we'll see what happens. Kiev hit by barrage of drone strikes. China's first homemade aircraft carrier sails into Hong Kong. Iran resumes international flights after a 20-day suspension. Trump, First Lady, danced at the Independence Day fireworks celebration, where she actually was doing the YMCA for the first time. Whatever. California's largest blaze this year exploded in size. I didn't even know that there was more fires going on in California.
Yeah, I didn't know that either.
But apparently there are. Okay. That was Friday. Anything in the comments?
GG for GB is still joking in the chat. Let's see. Some people are still talking about JFK and the voice. Some dehydrated nurse said it was after a flu jab, but his sister had the same voice issues. Debbie says that it was throat cancer. So this is getting interesting.
See, now I'm thinking that what I was believing was a vaccine. He had a vaccine injury. That's what it was. That's what I believed would call. That's what I thought caused his voice, a vaccine injury.
Okay. Let's see. Jane says yes, more California fires. It started because of electric wire, like in Hawaii. Oh, whoa.
Wonderful.
Wow. Okay. And that's about it. I'm gonna go backstage for just a second. I have to step away from my desk, but I'll be back in like 2 minutes. So go ahead, Jimmy.
All right, I'll go through the weekend then. All right, so from the weekend, July 5th and 6th, Saturday and Sunday, Elon Musk vows to start a new political party, which totally feel that's a complete distraction. Trump calls Musk's new political party plan ridiculous. DOJ FBI review finds no Jeffrey Epstein client list. Confirms suicide. Okay, I'm going to circle that because we have a lot more to talk about that tonight. I mean, I got a whole nother 16 pages over here. Desperate search for the missing in Texas flood. At least 81 dead. This was as of the weekend. BRICS condemns U.S. tariff plans. Of course they do. Trump threatens 10% tariffs for countries aligning with BRICS. Let me repeat that. Trump threatens 10% tariffs for countries aligning with BRICS anti-American policies. Okay. Israel forces strike ports in Yemen and galaxy leadership. Okay. That must be Gaza. It has to be Gaza. That must be a misspelling on it. Israeli forces strike ports in Yemen and Gaza leadership. All right. Several in custody after North Texas police officer shot in the neck outside a ICE facility. And we are going, I know Ruby's got some stuff on that, right, Ruby?
Yeah.
Okay.
We're going to read that story because it was huge in the news recently.
All right. Manhunt underway for Travis Decker in Idaho's Sawtooth National Forest. I don't even know what that story is.
Mm-mm.
Downgraded to a tropical depression, Chantel brings heavy rain to North Carolina. And boy, did we get some heavy rain. I'm glad I mowed Saturday. Yeah, this hit Sunday, right? Yeah, I think it was Sunday. We had 11 inches of rain in like 6 hours.
Wow.
Yeah, the lake flooded up a little bit, but we're up on a hill, so we're far away from that. But we got one section that flooded out, a couple of towns over, severe flooding. They actually shut down the interstate for 5 miles both ways because of flooding. I had a big pine tree fall that I got to cut up now. So yeah, it was pretty intense, right? But it could have been worse.
Okay. Really quickly, welcome to the chat, Danielle McDonald. She says, "Yes, I am in Moore County, North Carolina."
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, it was a lot of rain. Welcome to the chat.
Yeah.
Domino's restaurant in Utah explodes after SUV crashes into building. I did see that. Saw a clip of that.
I didn't. What the heck is going on?
Yeah. Fighter jets protect Trump during New Jersey weekend stay as 11 aircraft violate restricted airspace. So I did hear about that. And let's go into Monday. Like I said, folks, there's a lot of stuff we're going to get back to and talk about.
Oh, whoa. I want to read this comment from Brian. He says, "That one in Idaho, it's the shooter who killed 2 firefighters in northern Idaho."
Was that story? Okay.
Okay. So that was the one where they were luring the law enforcement out so that they could kill them, right? Okay. Yeah, that's terrorism in my.
So there's a manhunt underway for Travis Decker. Now, see, now I got to find out who Travis Decker is because I thought the shooter was taken out at the scene.
Okay, hold on. Let's see. Travis Decker. Oh, wow. It's already here on Google. Oh, manhunt for Travis Decker extends into Idaho's Sawtooth National Forest. Travis Decker, father accused of murdering 3 daughters. Oh, no. Travis. Okay, so this is a different story.
Okay, all right. I was getting ready to say, why would there be a manhunt for a guy that was taken out at the scene?
No, that's this guy who was accused of killing his daughters. So 3
okay.
little girls. Right here. These girls. I remember this in the news.
I do remember hearing something about that. Okay.
Okay, so this Idaho shooter is somebody else. It's got to be somebody else.
Yeah, it's somebody else. That's another story.
Okay. Okay, because Brian is saying that he says my future son-in-law knew the men who were killed. My future son-in-law is from Idaho. Wow.
Okay. So there's two stories there. We have the firefighter story and then this story with Travis Decker. So.
Oh, he says, no, that shooter committed suicide. What?
Okay.
Wow. What the heck? Wow.
Yeah, I knew he was unalive. I don't know if if he took his own life or law enforcement got him, but that's sad. All right, let's get in. Are we ready to go into Monday?
Sure, go ahead.
All right, Monday. Texas flooding leaves at least 104 dead as search for survivors continue.
Mm-hmm.
TSA to end shoes off policy for airport security screening.
Mm-hmm.
I saw a funny video.
Mm-hmm.
Who did it? My brother sent it to me. It was God, I can't remember which comedian, but he's talking about the easiest way to get through airport security was to wear flip-flops.
Mm-hmm.
See if you can find it on Twitter. Do a comedian skit flip-flops because it's kind of funny.
Is that for the airport?
Yeah, just for the airport story. This is just something funny. If you can find it.
Flops. Let's see.
Can't remember what comedian it was.
No, I don't see
Nothing.
anything yet. No.
Comedian does skit on flip-flops at airport.
No, I don't see nothing.
No. Okay. Sorry, y'all.
When you find it, share it on your page.
Yeah, I'll put it on my page. I know my brother sent it to me, so it was funny.
That'll force people to follow you on X or Facebook if you want to see it.
Yeah, I'll find it. I'll put it on because it was funny. Musk discusses his America Party initiative with Andrew Yang.
Mira me, and didn't we just talk about him last week or 2 weeks ago? Andrew Yang, I'm telling you, he's gonna make a comeback. And he's pretty good in my opinion. So I'm gonna have to look into him again now that I'm more awakened to see how Andrew, who he is now, and see if he's bought and paid for or whatever. But that's a great guy.
All right.
For now, my opinion is he's a great guy.
I don't know enough about him to have an opinion at the moment.
Okay.
Trump to extend key tariff deadline to August 1st. Cloud seeding concerns amid Texas flood questions. And what's interesting with that is, wasn't cloud seeding a conspiracy theory? But now the media is talking about cloud seeding and there's concerns.
Yeah.
Ship attacked in the Red Sea after a sinking claimed by the Yemen's Houthi rebels. Medical groups sue HHS, RFK Jr. over unlawful vaccine changes. Biden's former doctor asked to delay testimony to House panel. Wonder what he's supposed to be testifying about and why was there a delay? Trump and Netanyahu meet at White House as Israel and Hamas discuss ceasefire. Hold on. I know. Netanyahu, hold on. Netanyahu surprises Trump with formal Nobel Peace Prize nomination. All right, go ahead.
Yeah, that's another reason why I am huffing and puffing with Trump right now. I mean, that could have been done over the phone, honestly. And they are buddy, handshaking, smiling like everything's good when it's not good. So I don't know. Trump still has some work to do to get on my good side. I don't know.
I got you. All right. You feel better?
I mean,
just mess with you.
yeah, but it's like it doesn't even matter what we think or say because it's gonna happen regardless. That's what gets me. It's so sick. It's so sick,
Yeah.
but
Oh, yeah. And we got a lot more of that.
Yeah.
Trump administration revokes terrorism designation of new Syrian leaders group. Okay. And troops and federal agents briefly descend on LA's MacArthur Park. And there's a clip of Karen Bass, the mayor of LA. I don't know if I sent that to you or not. I might have posted it. I think I posted it to my X feed. Yeah, I think it's on my X feed. But that was a whole ordeal too. Yeah, check my X feed, see if you have that on Karen Bass.
Okay, let's see. We're gonna go to Jimmy's X page. Here it goes. We got the Kristi Noem announcement, this announcement, a video that you shared. Ooh, ICE making more arrests. I love those videos. Rhinos, Never Trumpers post. Let's see. The moment you realize the conspiracy nut was telling the truth.
Okay, no, so it's not that far down. I wonder if I sent it.
Was it on Facebook?
I don't think I posted it. Facebook. Maybe I did. Crap, I can't remember sometimes.
All right, let's check your Facebook page.
Or maybe I don't know. Let's see.
All right, everybody, we're going to Jimmy's Facebook page. Let's see. No, I don't see nothing. Video you played.
No, okay. So I apparently didn't post it. I might have just sent it to somebody. Okay, yeah, it's not on there.
Okay, so what was she saying?
She was basically saying that these troops and federal agents needed to leave the park, and she was trying to interfere with their work. So yeah,
but
that was a whole thing.
She can't do that, right?
No, she could try. So anyway, that was the news blast for the past 7 days. There's a lot in there. There's still a lot for us to talk about because we want to get into these other stories as well. So, which one did you want to get into first? You want to talk about the weather stuff real quick?
Yeah, before I play that clip, and we're gonna get into the nitty gritty of everything.
Yeah, I was figuring we cover the weather stuff. What else was there? We didn't need to talk about alligator octros anymore, even though it's a fun thing to say. Diddy and Epstein, that's kind of going to go together. Hakeem Jeffries. I'm just seeing what else. Okay, well, all the ICE stuff. Okay. Wherever you want to go.
You want me to play the next clip so we can move on to the next part of the show?
Let's go ahead and do that. And then I guess we can pull people on, and I'm going to slip out here for a second and use the restroom while you do that.
All right, everybody. See you in a minute. All right, everybody. Go ahead, Jimmy.
I was just saying, welcome back, everyone.
Yes, welcome. The link is in the chat right now. If anybody wants to join, hit that link, and you can give your comments, opinions, whatever you guys want to talk about. As long as it's on topic and under 3 minutes, we love it.
Yeah, let's
Go
do
ahead,
this
Jimmy.
this evening. I know everybody wants to talk about the Epstein stuff, and believe me, I got a lot of that to discuss.
Mhm.
I think what we could do this evening is get all the other ones, the ICE stories, the weather stories, those other smaller subjects. Let's go ahead and do those and stay on topic with those for the folks who join the stage, and then we'll dive into the Epstein stuff because there's just a lot there. So if we start right now with the Epstein stuff, it's going to be 12 o'clock before we get to the other stuff.
Yes. Okay, Jimmy. So let me know, where do you want to start?
Let's go ahead. Let's go with the weather stuff. You said you got some stuff on that, right?
Let's see. I mean, we touched on it briefly when we mentioned, weather machines or weather weapons or the cloud chemtrails, I think it is. And then now this one, the cloud seeding. I don't know too much about it, but I don't think I
Yeah.
have like a clip
Okay.
really
So
describing that.
apparently it's been reported that like 2 days before this incident happened, that there were planes flying over and they were doing cloud seeding before this storm hit.
Right.
So, and we hear it a lot. We can look at some of the radars, and there's always some like flash or an anomaly on the radar screen right before a storm approaches. So we've heard about it. We've heard about them messing with our weather, and I think people are starting to wake up to the possibility. Hey, yeah, this seems to be a real thing, and those conspiracy theorists weren't so crazy. Because we've talked about it before. We played that clip that Disney ran back in 1957, 58 on how to steer a hurricane. So it's not anything new that we've discussed. It's just we're seeing what looks to be examples of that freaking every other day, and what's going across all over the world. All these floods all over the world. There's like earthquakes, and I know the Bible people will be like, well, the Bible says there'll be earthquakes in one place after another. Okay, I get that. But then you got the volcanoes.
It's just not natural because we I don't know if maybe I did share it a long time ago, but I do remember showing the patent for that weather machine that would create tornadoes or tsunami or like whatever it is. They already have a patent on it. Why would they have a patent on something like that?
Yeah. So right
That
there,
makes no sense.
you know it's created. And I think what gets me, and I put my comment on my Facebook post this week, but what gets me is all the media attention that has been focused on this Texas situation, as bad as it is. I get that. But the media attention fails in comparison to what they didn't do for North Carolina and Tennessee and Southwest Virginia. You didn't hear updates all the time, every second of the day. It's like there's a difference there. Why are they focusing on this one and didn't say crap about North Carolina barely? I had people in the comments say, what happened in North Carolina? I'm like, you didn't know about the historic floods we had that killed, that they can't even count the bodies because there's still people missing?
Yeah. Wow. That's insane. Welcome to the stage, Joseph. Go ahead.
Yeah, just fine. How's everybody tonight?
We're good, Joseph. How you doing, sir?
Yes.
Just fine. So, what's the topic tonight, about the floods or Epstein? Or
Right now, we're talking about weather modification. We're going to get into the Epstein stuff, but we're taking one subject at a time tonight. So we're on weather modification right now.
Well, do you know that the Texas has a weather modification website and maps and where weather modifications are taking place in the state of Texas?
Really?
I did not know that.
Yeah, you could look it up on you could Google it and you could see it.
Wow.
And one of the areas is over Kerrville and near the Guadalupe River.
Wow.
And a particular citizen on the ground, he noticed blue rain.
I heard about
Well,
that.
well, blue rain is, it's copper sulfite mixture with added into an aerosol, and it dispersed from high altitude, and it intensifies the rain. So what happened in Kerrville? They knew that they were going to have floods because they received a warning on Thursday, but they didn't realize that it was going to be a tsunami, a wall of water 20 feet tall or even higher, and the water rose from the main level of the river to 25 feet above its flood gauge in 4.5 minutes.
Wow.
It was devastating.
Have
It
you
had
heard
happened.
Joseph,
Pardon?
have you heard? Sorry, I apologize. Have you heard anything about the dam breaking there, or have you heard anything about that?
No. There is a dam around that area, but I don't know if it broke or not. But probably with the force of the water that came down, if there was one, it probably did break it.
Yeah, because I know in North Carolina, it's been reported that, or it's been talked about that the dam was intentionally busted to cause all that flooding in North Carolina and Tennessee. I haven't heard any confirmation on that yet.
Wow. Well, it's been going on, and now the public knows about it. Who's that guy? Bill Gates. He has a theory or a project called SAI, and that is stratigraphic atmospheric aerosol injection. What he wants to do is use these forms of different chemicals like copper and other additives so that he could block out the rays of the sun and cool down the earth. But it's going to cost $10 billion a year per city of the size of, say, New York.
Wow.
That's a lot of money.
Yeah, it's a lot. That is a lot of money.
So there's a lot of money in this climate control, fiasco.
Mm-hmm.
And USAIG was involved in that. You're talking about billions of dollars just going down the drain.
And so it looks as if they create all these problems, then they blame it on climate change, and people donate to the climate change, and then they take this money to create more of these systems or weapons, as you want to call it. I'm just going off on a tangent here. It's one big ass scheme. It seems it's what it is.
Well,
Yeah.
of these, woke professors that believe in this climate control, they get a lot of this grant money to make studies. They get several $1 million just to do a study, to write a paper.
Yep.
And then it's continuously being done all around the world.
Yeah. And then the media grabs a hold of this paper and says, a top renowned researcher at Harvard University says this. And then everybody's like, oh, a top Harvard professor says this. Oh, it must be true. It must be real. That's how they mess with us. What's interesting about this thing in Texas is the camp that this was at, the mystic camp.
Yes, that was a religious camp. I think it was First Baptist Church, and they send their girls there every year. Like daughter down to mother to daughter, and this has been going on for years. But there's several children that are still missing, and several have been found but have not been identified.
Wow. Well, what I was getting ready to say on that too is this happened back in 1987. Same county, same camp, and they did a movie about this called The Flood. I think that's the title of it, The Flood.
Yes.
And it's like, what is history repeating itself? So then it makes me think. You just said that Texas has weather modification things in certain areas. How long have they been there? Because if they've been there for a while, maybe the 1987 thing was a result of them manipulating the weather as well.
Well, they've been doing this since the 1940s after World War II. Seeding clouds and trying to intensify rain, and in desert areas are where they have droughts. But now they have other chemicals and new techniques that they could cause a severe flood, like what happened in West North Carolina?
Yeah.
A few months ago, where there was just like a tsunami of water just coming down those hills and just destroyed everything.
Oh, it was horrible.
Today there's a flash flood going on in Rio Doso, New Mexico.
I saw that before we came on this evening, that there was another flood going on in New Mexico right now.
Yes. Houses being washed down the river. It's the same thing as in Texas.
Yeah. What did you find, Ruby? Did you find anything?
Oh yeah, I was just showing the kind of websites that I found. What Joseph was talking about, West and South Texas websites about weather modification, and then this website detailing the 1987 flood that you just mentioned. Shared a picture of that. Yeah, that's kind of eerie a little bit.
See if you can do a quick search on X for 1987, the flood. See if there's something, because I've seen a couple of videos on that. They were kind of short videos.
Okay, let's see. 1987, a speech was given.
It should be just a video. You know how they do like a quick informational video?
Oh, okay, let's see. History is literally repeating itself.
That might be. That might be.
River in Texas. Okay, let's see.
Yeah, let's play that.
On Friday morning, July 17th, 1987, the small town of Comfort, Texas, became the scene of a heroic rescue and tragic loss. Much of the footage you will see was taped on that day by the banks of the Guadalupe River.
It was the day they were supposed to go home. The more than 300 children at the church camp were awakened early. The river was flooded. If they didn't leave soon, their buses might not be able to leave at all.
They come in there rushing us up and everything, telling us to get up, get packed and all this stuff, and everybody was asking why. They said we got to get out of here because the river was flowing over.
We started going around the corner. We would go down the hill, then water started coming in the bus and stuff. We tried to back up, but then the bus got stuck, so they made all of us get out of the bus.
And that's whenever the first wave hit us and started scattering people to different trees.
Kids clinging onto the trees like ants, surrounded by rushing water.
Chris Ray was the first to be rescued. As news bulletins spread the word of the flood and accident, more help arrived. But many parents feared the worst.
I know for me that it was like you've got two daughters down there. Now, obviously, they both are not going to make it. You know, which one would you choose? Which one would you have come back?
I mean, it seemed like every tree had a facial to it. It was a very dangerous situation when we're literally surrounded by trees, clipping trees with their blades.
Masterman tried repeatedly to rescue 14-year-old Melanie Finley, but she was ripped away by the river. The rescuers were lowered, knowing that if they got caught in the trees, they would be cut loose. Sergeant Mackenzie first tried to reach 16-year-old Scott Chatham, already weakened by leukemia and chemotherapy. Hours, but the Army rescuers pulled 26 people out of the trees. By 11:30 that morning, it was over. 33 people had been saved. But 10 children died in the waters of the Guadalupe River.
Isn't that crazy? That we're witnessing this pretty much the same thing that happened.
Yeah.
That's crazy. So I'm wondering, was that event in 1987 a product of the weather modification back then? I don't know. It's a valid question.
But I don't know. I feel confused. Like, first, I feel like how many times does this need to happen for people to learn, like their lesson with this area, with this place? Like, there should be things in place already to give warning, to evacuate, like mandatory, things in place. And then on the other hand, I'm like, why are they filming this on TV? Like, why is there a camera whenever something bad happens and they broadcast it all over the place for people to go through that fear and their adrenaline starts rushing, and it feels like performative or theater to me.
Yeah. Well, we
Like,
see a lot of
yeah.
that with mainstream media going into war-torn areas and all that stuff.
Yeah, I don't like that. Like,
Yeah, we
it's
see a lot
become
of
a
that.
thing all of a sudden, and then I don't know. I don't like it. That's why I don't watch the news anymore. They cover every shooting. They cover every traumatic event, showing people like at their lowest or even dying on the side of the road. And it's like, what? Instead of filming, why aren't you helping? Or you're just standing there filming it for people to see, to go through the same trauma as what they're watching on TV. Is that helpful for your brain? Like,
Yeah.
I don't think so.
Well, they did that during Katrina. You saw people dying on the streets and even in the Superdome.
Yeah. Yeah, I think for the folks that remember Katrina and what we saw on the news during that time, that's something that sticks with you that sticks with you. The images.
And Sandy, the flooding in New York, and I remember that, and that was even more traumatic because my whole family lives in New York, in Manhattan, so they were getting flooded out. I'm like, why sit there and for hours watch the agony, watch the destruction, watch the, I don't know. Just for me, I wouldn't watch it, and I don't consume that type of content. It's just no good. I don't know. Yeah.
So, anything in the comments on the weather modification stuff?
Justin says you guys are talking about DARPA.
Yeah.
All right. James says.
No, hold on. That would be HARP, right? DARPA is the
Yeah, what is DARPA?
DARPA would be like Facebook, information stuff. HARP is the weather stuff. If I'm correct, correct me if I'm wrong.
DARPA, Defense Advanced Research Projects Agency, the central research and development organization for the U.S. Department of Defense.
Or maybe they work hand because maybe they do both of them. Maybe they're involved in the weather stuff and the psychological stuff.
Yes, and the electromagnetic impulse weapons, like the fire in Maui.
Yeah.
Okay, let me see. Jane says, but you need to get the news and pay attention, but they go overboard with repeating the same news.
See, that's when you start questioning when everybody is reporting the same thing over and over and over and over again. That's when you start questioning it. It's like, why are they pushing this?
Well, that's because we have 24-hour news.
Yup.
And people are just going to grab every little story and run with it. And sometimes they don't verify what they're reporting. And so they have to retract it later on if they do retract it.
Yeah.
Or to normalize the catastrophe. It's like they want people to be like that's like a school shooting is normal, or mass shootings are normal because we see it all the time. You become like desensitized to the problem because you're always watching another shooting. You're like, yeah, what's next? And it's like, what? Like that's not normal.
Yeah, how many times are we going to hear this is a once in a lifetime weather event? We've heard that like several times over the last 3 years.
Yes, the one in Kerrville, they said this was the 500th year flood.
It happened in 87.
Yeah,
exactly. That's when I start questioning it once again. I'm like, so what is this? Why do they keep putting people like if you know this right about the area, you're the mayor or the governor or whatever, why don't you do something about it? Are we going to wait for the next 20 years for it to happen in the same camp, same county, same area, and then people are going to be crying about the same thing? Like, no precautions taken? Like, I don't know.
And I'll tell you, some of the comments from some people about this situation, the things that they are saying about these little girls, disgusting.
Oh, yeah. No, that's crazy. And I didn't even watch the clip because I was like, I'm not going to watch this poison. But allegedly, she was being like, they deserved it or something. I was like, what?
And this woman she's a black lady. She is the wife of a white pastor who basically called these little girls, I can't say the word, so you guys put this together. See you next Tuesday.
Yeah. Yeah.
Come on, see you next Tuesday.
Oh no, what?
Yes, she called. Yeah, you could probably find that on X.
No.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yes.
Yeah, she's a prominent person in city government.
Yes. Wife of pastor, and you could probably type it into X. The wife of pastor calls victims that word.
No way.
Yep.
Let me see.
I have it on.
Thank God I didn't watch that.
My wife sent it to me. I have it on my messenger.
Okay, hold on. I see one clip right here. Is this it? Whoops. Sade's World.
There's people in it. Oh my God, there's so many people in it.
I know I'm probably going to get canceled for this, but Camp Mystic is a whites-only girls Christian camp. They don't even have a token Asian. They don't have a token black person. It is a all white-only conservative Christian camp. If you ain't white, you ain't right. You ain't getting in. You ain't going. Period. And I think that context needs to be said in this matter. It's not to.
Oh,
people in it.
so that wasn't it, but that was
one of them. But again, there's nowhere on the website of that camp that says it's a white only place. They don't promote that. This was this lady saying that.
wow. Yeah, that's crazy.
Go back up.
Back up. This one, right?
What's it say?
It's like
Yeah,
an article that says she was fired after vile rant mocking little white girls in Texas flood.
That's her right there.
Yeah. What's her name?
The blonde hair. Yeah.
Wow, that's crazy. Why don't they have the clip? Like, why? Oh, right here. But that's 4 minutes long. I'm not gonna watch
Since I
that.
got my live taken down, I guess I'll just chit chat in the video. I mean, I don't understand all this, extraordinary hate or whatever. Like I get that white people are not used to it. It's pretty fucked up, but it seems like y'all don't get that. Nothing new. And when I was like, I got a raise because these two grown children were eating all of our fucking food out of a house and home, but whatever. But since I get EBT and y'all are paying for it, I appreciate you.
What?
But yeah, tomorrow's another day. I'm gonna be back out here for sure. And
yeah, that's crazy.
Yeah, there's I wish
she did a whole rant. Like,
let me jump off here real quick. I'm gonna send you the clip that I have and I'll come right back, okay?
Okay, yeah, send that because I don't want to watch 4 minutes of that. That's disgusting.
Oh, maybe I can.
Wow. Oh, I think he glitched. Okay, I'll bring Jimmy back up in a minute when he unglitches. Yeah, that's insane. I'll check out your comments. Yep, Jane. I don't even know what to say about that. That's crazy. Illegal immigrant. Hey, illegal. She looked mean. She needs to be fired. Agreed. Dallas says all races are our brothers and sisters. Jane says race should not matter. Children died. Exactly. Like, oh my God. Justin says population control. I'm not getting that vibe with this one. I don't know. This feels different. And it's gonna come out soon because I already started reading tweets on people's, there's a whole theory about this camp mystic. Okay, there you go, Jimmy.
All right, I sent it to you on your messenger.
All right, let's see. All right, it's loading.
Comment for the rest of her life. Now, if you guys don't know what I'm referring to, there is a creator on here called Sadie's World who decided to make a video yesterday claiming that the children who passed during the tragic event at Camp Mystic yesterday deserved to go because they were at a camp that was meant for all white, alt-right, conservative Christians whose family voted for Donald Trump. Children. These were children. Yes, obviously some adults did pass, very unfortunately, in a situation, but she was specifically referring to the children that were unalived.
I know I'm probably going to get canceled for this, but Camp Mystic is a whites-only girls' Christian camp. They don't even have a token Asian. They don't have a token black person. It is a all-white
There's just a little snippet for you. You guys can go to her page and actually watch the video because she has it pinned to the top. And the recent videos that she's been posting have been absolutely diabolical. Not only has she doubled down on what she stated, but she's proud of what she's stated. And she's fighting up against anybody who says otherwise. And just a little clarification here, Camp Mystic is not for all white people. Nowhere on their website says anything about this being dedicated for only one race. But yes, it is a little girls' camp, and yes, it is a Christian camp. It also says nothing about only accepting families who voted for Donald Trump. And she's been going back and forth with a couple of creators. And in one of those creators' pages, she left this comment right here where they were calling her out, saying that she should reap the consequences of what she's stating. And she said, consequences for what? Laughing, laughing, laughing. Maybe it was God's will to wash them lil away. Let me remind you, she's talking about little kids, referring to them as a see you next Tuesday, and claiming that it was God's will for them to be swept away and drowned. And you know what's even more crazy in all of this? She's married to a pastor here in Houston, a white pastor. I am just sickened by this from every which angle. It's crazy that she even stated any of this to begin with, that she was even trying to make this a racial issue, but then also trying to make this a political issue, and then tripling down. And then also being married to somebody who is a pastor. I'm sickened. I'm disheartened for the family. And I'm so glad that she's having to reap these consequences. Somebody's already gone out. Apparently she's already lost her job. And I'm never one typically for cancel culture. But in this situation, I hope that she is remembered for that comment for the rest of her life. And I hope that she is remembered for those videos for the rest of her life, because that is unforgivable from all sides and from all standards. It is disgusting where this world has come to. And it is even more disgusting that people like that exist in this world.
Yeah. What do you think, Ruby?
Hold on 1 second. Something is glitching. What the heck? Okay, sorry. I had a technical difficulty right there. Yeah, that is crazy. Wow.
Unbelievable.
Yeah. Welcome to the stage, Linda. I'm speechless, so I'm gonna let Linda take 3 minutes. Go ahead, Linda.
Hello. I don't care if it was white supremacy, alt-right, Christian nationalism, bunch of white little kids. I don't care if it was weather modified. Okay. What I want to know is, why wasn't there enough of a alarm or something to get the adults to get up and gather up children to help them get out of that situation? In the story from 1987, they did gather up children. What caused that? What caused the adults to gather up the children? I'm assuming it was a warning of some sort for them to do that. I don't think there was enough of a warning in this situation. And what I'm also concerned about is with the cutbacks with Elon Musk of waste and all that, right? Within that, warnings about the weather was going to be, some of that was going to be gotten rid of. I'm concerned that that might have something to do with that, which I have no proof of. I haven't read anything to confirm that, but just knowing that that's something that has been affected, to not give weather, some of the weather reports. So that's my concern about not getting a proper warning.
Right. But I think there was a headline that said that even days before there was like a warning, but not like broadcasted, but that it was like the area is known for flooding or something like that. But I don't think they thought it was going to be that bad. Maybe that's what it is.
And there's areas here in California where you'll see flash flood warnings, even, but we never expect it to be where it rains for what? I don't remember how it's put here. Something to the effect of 24 to 30 minutes, and it rises up just 24 feet. It's pretty unusual the way it was written, and I'm not even quoting it correctly, but it was pretty astronomical, out of characteristics. You know, the last time it happened was 1987. That's almost 40 years ago, you know? So this one article I'm looking at, it looks as though they had sat down and asked to have an alarm, and it didn't get to happen from that situation, which would be different than my concern about could the waste and all that, you know, taken out the opportunity for a warning. That sounds different than, you know, what I've been reading in this other article. The babies are not supposed to die. That's where I'm at. The children are just not supposed to die, you know?
Right.
Yeah, we're gonna get into more of that a little bit later.
Yeah, whether the kids have, you know, whether they're trained to be, whether they're being raised to be racist or not. We were once in a cult, being trained to look at the world a certain way, you know, to no fault of our own, and then when we could, we got ourselves out of it. Yeah, so I'm just, yeah, why wasn't there enough of a warning?
Yeah, thank you, Linda. Yeah, that's what makes it just a little bit more upsetting. But what okay, hold on. Okay, I'm struggling with what this woman was saying on TikTok, or that comment that she made. I'm struggling because we talk about freedom of speech, right?
Right.
There's a lot of feedback, Rudy.
Yeah, that's Linda, but
how does that happen when I always turn off my
yeah. I mean, like, you know, unmute whenever you want to say something, and then, you know, but if you leave it unmuted, it'll just echo for some reason. I don't know. But yeah, I'm struggling with this woman because we talk about freedom of speech, right? And the lady in the video says she's not in favor of cancel culture, but that she understands with this scenario, right? But that woman, even though she said what she said, she still has the right to say it, right? But you are not free from the consequences of what you say. So if she really does feel like that deep down inside, then yeah, she's pure evil and she has the balls to even say it in public. But don't come crying when you lose your job, when you like James said, she might be getting divorced soon, because how are you going to be married to a pastor saying that? Like, what?
Yeah. It just shows you how evil some of the people in the world that we have to live with and work with and deal with, how evil some of these people can be.
You see, Carol in the chat says no, she didn't have the right to use that word with or about kids. But you see, that's the problem. She has the right to say it.
She has the right to say it. She just doesn't have, I mean, hey, it's not the greatest thing in the world to say at all. We all know that. It's completely inappropriate, but she does have the right to say it. But she doesn't have the right to worry about what the consequences are.
Exactly. And you see, that's the problem, is that's what free speech really is even if we disagree, even if it's disrespectful, even if it's inappropriate, she does have the right to say it. But when your employer finds out and says, you know what, I don't want you representing my company, you're fired. Or, you know, when your spouse says, absolutely not, I'm not going to put up with this, I'm going to divorce you for saying something that disrespectful, then yeah, you have to pay the price for your freedom of speech. But she definitely has the right to say that. I mean, you have the right to be racist. You have the right to hate or love whoever you want. But but when it comes to her situation, when your life goes down the drain, don't be surprised.
Yeah, I agree.
It's a high price.
So would this be hate? I'm sorry to interrupt. Would this be hate? Would this be hate speech? And is that going in a different category?
I would say no, it's not hate speech. Go ahead, Jimmy.
See, that's a lot of folks, they want to talk about this hate speech. Oh, this is hate speech. That's hate speech. Okay, so let me ask you this. who defines what hate speech is?
Right. You can't define it.
You can't define it.
Mm-mm.
So I personally, I believe that this push to talk about hate speech, I think that's still something being used to try to curtail the actual freedom of speech.
Right.
Because what you may view as hate speech, I may not see it that way.
Yeah,
So
you just can't define it.
So who defines the speech? You can't.
No.
Like Ruby just said, you have the right to say anything you want, but you're not free from the circumstances that could happen because of what you said.
Yeah, exactly. You could get doxxed on the internet. People could find you in real life. You could get fired. You know, there's consequences. It's a high price, but that's why America is America because she has the right to say that and not get thrown in prison or get her head cut off for saying something. You know what I'm saying? Like there's no harsh consequences for saying something like that. But as a society, we could all come together and denounce it, like what they're doing. They're denouncing it and putting her, you know, in her place, whether she sees it or not. Everybody can agree to that. But unfortunately, that's freedom of speech.
Yeah, there's legal implications and there's social implications. So what she said, there's no legal issue there. That's and the Constitution is based on legal stuff, the freedom of speech. Right. So she didn't violate anything legally. But socially, that's a different story.
Exactly. And that's when we come together as a society and we all agree that that's wrong or that's right. But legally,
I don't care for the idea of alligator merch, but some people do dig that idea. Hello.
Exactly.
Here we are. Here we are. I think what I think about it, other people think it's a great idea.
Yeah.
So we're not agreeing on something social, Jimmy and I. But we also have a different past and a different form of wisdom and why we think the way we do.
Right.
Well, apparently she suffers consequences for actions. So
sorry,
we'll just leave it as that, you know.
Sorry, Joseph, say that again.
She's already suffering the consequences of her free speech.
Yeah.
Can you hear me?
Yeah, we heard that. We heard that.
Yes. And I mean, that's a good thing. That's the only thing about freedom of speech that if you're not like American, you would never understand it. You know what I'm saying? Like they arrest people in the UK for less.
Yeah.
So imagine saying something like that over there. You know, you think twice before you say something like that. But in America, that's how free we are. Let me see the chat. Cat B says political agendas can define what hate speech is. I have seen disgusting editorials and they get away with it. On the other side, they can't say anything without it being hate speech. Yeah, but that's an opinion. You know what I'm saying? Like people can have an opinion and say, oh, well, that's considered hate speech. But in reality, it's just speech. Whether it's good or bad, speech is speech. So, I mean, those are like I could say like it's almost like an ideology. It's just an idea that somebody has. That doesn't mean your idea is good or bad. That's up to interpretation.
Right. Are you saying it like that's in the eyes of the beholder, whatever was said?
Right.
Yeah.
Because there is no limits to speech in America. There's literally no limit. You could even threaten, but you'll get arrested. You see, like there's restrictions like with that. Like if you threaten to, you know, assassinate the president or something, you're going to jail. If you type or post on social media that you're going to shoot up a school, you'll go to jail. So there are certain limits of threatening, but the type of speech that, you know, what we just witnessed, as disgusting as it is, that's just speech.
Yeah. That just shows the character of the person saying it.
Right.
There used to be some. I'm sorry. Go ahead, Joseph.
I remember an incident many years ago when I was working for an oil company when someone on the rig had hateful speech against President Reagan and even threatened him. Well, his speech or talk was reported to the superintendent, and lo and behold, there was a call saying that a helicopter was sent out on the rig, and he was told to get on the helicopter. And once he got to the shore, there was the U.S. Marshals there waiting for him.
Oh, wow.
And after, we don't know whatever happened to him.
Oh, wow.
Yeah, for sure he lost his job, and apparently he ended up in prison because he threatened the president.
Right, right. That's like the red line. Go ahead, Linda. You were gonna say something?
Okay, so what Joseph just said was a good example of the government um, doing something. I think that whole free speech thing is like the government's not supposed to be able to give you consequences for free speech, but since that person said something directly about Reagan, could have been a threat of some sort, then the government does have every business to give this guy a consequence. We don't know exactly how it all went down, but I have heard about something called like those are fighting words. We've heard that, like, and that's kind of associated with that concept that we just heard about like a minute or two ago, where it would incite violence. And so Trump was accused of inciting violence by the way he spoke before the event on January 6th. That was something. You can shake your head about it, but that was something he was.
That's not
that
true.
was something he was. You can say it's not true. I'm not saying whether it was true or not. I'm saying he was accused of it.
Okay, fair enough.
You can decide what you want to decide, sir.
Fair enough.
I'm just saying. I'm using an example. If you work a crowd up, or if those are fighting words. I'm wondering what people have to say about that.
Yep. Oh, welcome to the stage, Dallas. But just really quickly, in the chat, there has been a couple of examples. Let me see. Carol said about the podcaster, where she's referring to Alex Jones, who made a comment about the shootings in Connecticut, Sandy Hook. You see, that's another great example. He had the right to question that and to say what he said, and they still sued him for it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, I'm sorry, that wasn't Carol. That was Dehydrated Nurse. And then let me see who else. Oh, Fighter of Truth says the 3%ers marched in Ohio with Confederate flags and their faces were covered. That is free speech. They can do it under free speech. That's a good example. Yeah, you are allowed to fly that flag. It is one of your freedoms, right? Who said it? There was somebody else in the comment who said something that I wanted to bring up. JG says, in the US, we believe in the right of the individual to determine what to believe. It's like civil rights group defending the KKK marching in the South. But you see, in that example, the KKK went too far. They were killing people. You see what I'm saying? That's where the red line, that's where it is, right there. You do not have the right to hurt people or kill people.
And, if we want to talk about this inciting violence and everything, this can kind of segue into our next discussion about the ICE stuff and what happened there when 10, 11 people attacked an ICE facility. Let's look at the rhetoric of AOC over the past couple of weeks. Let's look at the rhetoric of Bernie Sanders, what he has said. Chuck Schumer. What is the rhetoric that they've been saying? What are some of the buzzwords? So these people were found with flyers and posters that said defeat the oligarchy. Okay. Bernie Sanders just said something about an oligarchy. AOC just said something about an oligarchy. Fight fascism is one of the other signs that they had. Those words came out of those Democratic lawmakers' mouths just here recently. So they have what they're doing, and what they're doing is inciting that violence, and people are acting on it and actually displaying words that came out of these people's mouths.
Well, that's why we have Antifa.
What's that?
That's why we have Antifa.
Yeah.
Which means anti-fascist, yes.
Yes.
So I haven't heard about...
Yep, go ahead.
No, I jumped ahead. I'll wait for you to be done.
Well, they were going around causing riots, and a lot of people end up being killed and injured, and even some federal agents were blinded by lasers. So they are very a violent group, and they feed off this rhetoric from people like we have in Congress that promote socialism and ideas like that, and these young people, they pick it up and they run with it.
Right.
Ruby, see if you can find real quick. It might be on X, and it's probably about 5 minutes long, but it's a really good feed into this thing with the ICE facility and speech and rhetoric.
Yeah, I haven't heard anything about an ICE facility being. How did you put it? To attack the facility as opposed to the ICE agents, but a facility. I have not heard that yet. Okay.
Yeah, we're getting it. Yeah. See if you can find the. And sorry, folks, it comes from Fox News, but it's what it is. Laura Ingraham, her file tonight. Laura Ingraham file tonight.
Laura Ingraham.
Ingraham, INGRAHAM.
Okay, yeah, I got it. So she posted it on X?
Yeah, it may be on X. I mean, it aired tonight, so I don't know if somebody's clipped it over, and it's the Laura Ingraham angle. It was actually really good.
Okay, she posted this like news clip.
When did she post it?
Possibility, Nancy, of additional charges here. I know there's attempted murder of federal law enforcement, other charges as well. But down the road, or maybe not so far down the road, could there be a RICO conspiracy complaint drawn up against these individuals and others across the country who are clearly in some way, shape, or form organizing for these types of violent activities?
Laura, all of those charges are on the table as the investigation continues and we learn more. As you probably know, a complaint is a charging document that usually has 1 or 2 charges in it that serves to hold the individuals that are charged with the crimes. However, when we go to indictment in a case, we usually have had more time to investigate. And at that point, if it does go to indictment, we will add additional charges, I'm sure. And when I say if it does go to indictment, you know that sometimes people, when they see the overwhelming evidence, they do plead guilty. Now, all we have are allegations at this point, and nobody has said anything about pleading guilty, but that's just how the criminal process works.
Okay, so that wasn't it. That was probably after she gave her angle tonight. Yeah, it actually gave a really good detail of what happened.
Okay, I think. Oh no, but she didn't post the full clip. Ah man. Okay, so she didn't post the full clip. If you find it, you can send it to me, but she doesn't have it here on X.
Let me log off real quick. Let me see if I can find it real quick.
Yeah. And then really quickly, we can welcome. All right, so I'll bring Jimmy back in a minute. Welcome to the stage, Dallas. You could unmute yourself if you have a comment. You can give it now and then I'll move to the chat. So hang in there, guys. Go ahead, Dallas.
I was thinking that sometime you have something about, I'm familiar with that George Wallace incidents. Maybe that will come out in the future.
Yeah, I don't know who that is.
He's the one that was in 72. He was running for president.
Mm.
He was the governor of Alabama, wasn't he?
Yeah, yes. And it's nice. I want to introduce myself to you, Joseph. How you do? And great meeting you.
Yeah, just fine, Dallas. It's a pleasure, and we enjoy your comments very much.
And I know where that George Wallace incident happened because I've been there.
Well, he was a racist, like governor of Alabama.
Yeah, yes.
And like you say, he was running for president at the time, and then he was shot, and then he died from being shot. Or
where it happened, it was in Maryland.
Okay.
And it was in a shopping. It was in the Laurel Shopping Center in Laurel, Maryland, which my aunt and uncle have been longtime residents. They were new residents, and my aunt, she still lives there.
Nice, Dallas. Dallas, if you have any information like that you just mentioned and that like we don't know about it, you could send me some links on Discord whenever you get a chance, so I could look into it. Jimmy's back. Welcome back, Jimmy.
Hey, yeah, go to my Facebook page. I just posted to my Facebook page.
Okay, let's go to Facebook. Let's see. There we go. Oh, but it's gonna take me to YouTube. Is it YouTube? Oh no,
I don't know. Discord. See where it goes.
We're in the belly of the Fox News. Okay, hopefully it plays for us. Come on. No.
It's like it's trying.
Okay, there we go. Come on.
Yeah, so this will go into the story on the ICE stuff, and then after this, I'm sure we'll get into the Epstein stuff.
Yeah, and I have to catch up with the chat because
Good evening, everyone. I'm Laura Ingram. This is Ingram Angle from Washington tonight. This is a Fox News alert. DOJ sources are telling Fox News Digital that former CIA Director John Brennan and former FBI Director Jim Comey are now both under criminal investigation. What would be for potential wrongdoing related to the Trump-Russia probe. We have more on this later. But first, ambushing America. That's the focus of tonight's angle. The eyes always tell the story. These are the suspects arrested and charged with attempted murder of a federal law enforcement officer after they spent their 4th of July allegedly ambushing officers at the Prairieland ICE Detention Center in Alvarado, Texas.
This was part of an organized attack. It was a planned ambush with the intent to kill ICE corrections officers. Make no mistake, this was not a so-called peaceful protest. It was indeed an ambush.
Tonight, we're getting stunning new details about how they did it. They were clad in black tactical gear. The complaint says the group lured DHS corrections officers outside by shooting fireworks at the detention center building. So agents called 911, and then they went outside to investigate and talk to the suspects. A few minutes later, an Alvarado police officer arrived on the scene. The moment he stepped out of the car, a gunman who was hidden in the woods opened fire, struck him in the neck. At the exact same time, another gunman started shooting at the DHS officers. 20 to 30 rounds from an AR-15 style rifle were shot. Those officers are all blessed to be alive tonight. A jammed AR-style rifle was found at the scene. Now, imagine how many could have been murdered. So what motivated these suspects? Like Cameron Arnold of Dallas, Texas, a.k.a. Autumn Hill, or Savannah Batten of Fort Worth, Texas. She was previously arrested for obstructing a highway during another deportation protest back in 2018. Then there's Nathan Bauman. Look at his eyes. College Station, Texas. Per the complaint, he was carrying spray paint and flyers saying, "Fight ICE terror with class war and free all political prisoners." Then there's Zachary Evitz of Waxahachie, Texas. Per the complaint, Evitz's car was spotted fleeing the scene with other suspects in it. He was later found walking along the road about 3 miles from the ICE facility. Police searched him, and they found a black balaclava, a mask, a pair of tactical-style gloves, and a pair of safety goggles. An officer asked Evitz where he was coming from, and he said, "I do not know," or words to that effect. Then there's Joy Gibson of Dallas, Texas. The complaint says that she had 2 cell phones in the backpack inside a Faraday bag, which is used to prevent law enforcement from tracking location information. Then there's Bradford Morris of Dallas, a.k.a. Megan Morris. Per the complaint, Morris's house was used as a staging location before the ambush. Police recovered 9 additional firearms, 3 body armor vests, cans of spray paint, and fireworks. Then Elizabeth Soto and Inez Soto, both of Fort Worth, Texas. There's Marcella Rueda, also from Fort Worth, and Seth Sykes of Cannondale, Texas. They were found after fleeing the scene with a few other suspects that I mentioned earlier. Now, the complaint says they were all dressed in this black military-style clothing, like make-believe soldiers. Some had body armor, some covered in mud, some armed. Some had a banner found by one of the officers that read, "Resist fascism." And this is the favorite, "Fight the oligarchy." Now, where have we heard that before?
This fascist administration didn't come from anywhere. They have planted the seeds for years.
We've got to defeat the oligarchs and the dictators that are trying to take over our country.
Do we have the guts to stand up to Trumpism and oligarchy and authoritarianism? We say yes.
And tonight I say all of them have blood on their hands. And shame on Hakeem Jeffries and Chuck Schumer for not getting their members under control. Those demented fake soldiers who were arrested, dressed in that tactical gear they probably ordered on Amazon, probably don't even know the meaning of oligarchy. I'm certain they don't know the real history of fascism. But it's reasonable to conclude, is it not, that they feel obligated, maybe even entitled, to get violent, even to commit murder, because they're acting on unofficial implied orders.
The rhetoric has to stop. They're simply enforcing law that Congress enacted. So for Congress to attack them, to enforcing the laws they wrote, it's ridiculous. And it's going to end in bloodshed. I think there'll be more bloodshed.
Now, this is the second ambush in only 4 days in Texas. In McAllen, it ended with the assailant being taken down, another deranged anarchist soaked in online violence.
You spend a lot of time on Call of Duty, a video game, and one of the people that's in that game is an anarchist. He was playing the anarchist. What he had spray painted on his car was associated with that. So this is a plan he had. His plan was to kill Border agents.
And today, another suspect, 43-year-old Matthew White. He was arrested in New York after posting multiple specific online threats against immigration officials, including against an ICE official in Virginia. And get this, and against his children. I'm not going to read this sicko's threat, but it's on the screen. Now, for years, Biden, Harris, Pelosi, Schumer, Schiff, the squad, all of them railed about Charlottesville and tiki torches and veins bulging on foreheads. Democrats and the media painted anyone, and I mean anyone, who showed up for Trump on January 6th as a terrorist, just rot in jail. So where are those same people now? Where are the Democrats? Where's the chorus of condemnations? Where is the demand by leadership to tamp down on this rhetoric? Why are they not holding press conferences to distance themselves from the hate speech and the hateful actions, the violence that they claim to care so much about? The truth is, the eyes of these fanatics, the actions of these domestic terrorists are 100% inspired by false narratives peddled by the press and Democrats at all levels of government. This is an ambush, not just of ICE, but of America. Because part of their plan, and this is just a small step toward that plan, is to try to dismantle the country we all love. And sometimes the anarchists are stupid enough to speak the quiet part out loud, like former University of Minnesota professor Melanie Yazzie.
Help to lead that, to be the tip of the spear here of all liberation struggles and the movements that seek a world of justice, equality, and peace, that seek to dismantle the United States. I hope you seek to dismantle the United States. And if that isn't your politics, okay?
Now let that sink in. They will not stop ambushing ICE and Border Patrol because they intend to ambush America. And that's the angle.
Wow.
That's pretty good.
Yeah, it is. We have Mondani in New York.
Yeah. Yeah.
Yeah,
Wow, that's
he's
very interesting.
he's an outright socialist, and the same, religious denomination as all these others.
Yeah. So going back to this group of folks in Texas, you got to look and see, okay, who helped funded all that? Who's behind it?
George Soros, one of them.
Yeah. It's kind of a rhetorical question. But yeah, that's what folks need to do. They need to find out, okay, who paid for all these things for these people? Because they probably, I don't want to be.
Well, I actually believe that they did it on their own too. Like, I think they're just either mentally ill or fanatical in their ideologies, and they are more than capable to do it on their own. I mean, it's not that hard.
Yeah,
to get the things that they got.
could be.
They seem pretty grassroots to me, but this would be an example of the far left, correct?
Yeah.
This is an example of domestic terrorism. Forget
Domestic
about the far left.
terrorism,
Yeah.
Right.
Well, I have an ex brother-in-law who was, ex-JW brother-in-law. He has two sons, and one of the sons is a member of Antifa, and they get paid so much a month.
Yeah.
So where is this money coming from? Well, it mostly comes from people like George Soros.
Yeah, but I mean, that could be said about any political group, that they're all getting funded by somebody. You know what I'm saying?
Yes, he has an agenda. He wants to destroy America before he dies.
Right. I
That's
mean, that's the only difference that I can agree with, because I mean, these people are more than capable of doing it on their own. I think that they are, either mentally not there, or they just don't care. They feel like they can do whatever, and they have nothing to lose. So those types of people would have no problem doing something like this. But that's terrorism. So I mean, put them in the same jail as all the other terrorists.
Stick them in alligator Alcatraz.
That would be cool. But I
Is
think
that how you view those that the ICE is picking them up? Is that how you view them as terrorists?
No, there's a separation there. You can't link them all both. Can't put them both together. The ones
which is why I just asked you rather than accuse you.
Yeah.
I wanted to be like, are you meaning that or not? So thank you for answering.
There's a difference.
No, yeah, that's why I wouldn't agree with that facility, because it's not harsh enough for people like this. Terrorism should be a completely different ball game. Like, you should lose all your rights. They should be worse than just regular criminals. You should lose everything. You should lose.
Yeah.
It should be like inhumane because of the type of crime that they tried to commit. And like she said, how many people do you think could have died if they would have succeeded? That's just terrorism, straight up.
Yep.
Okay, so
Well,
really,
what about the human
sorry,
trafficker, the Maryland man? He's in prison right now, but it's a very cushy prison right now because of all the, what the politicians want. He has 3 regular meals a day. He has time to work out. He has time to watch television.
And who is
Matter
this,
of fact,
Joseph?
It's
the
that Garcia
Maryland,
Abrego dude.
yeah, the Maryland man.
The Maryland man.
Oh, I don't think I know who that
Remember
is.
Yeah,
him
you
at
know who it
the
is. You know who it is, Ruby. The guy that Trump wanted to deport, or DOJ wanted to deport back to was it El Salvador?
El Salvador?
Yeah, because he was an MS-13 gang member from
Yeah,
Maryland, and it went to the Supreme Court, and they said, "Oh, because Trump's got to bring him back," and blah 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 blah. That whole story.
Yeah, but he didn't commit a terroristic act, right? He's just illegal.
no, but
No, he was involved in human trafficking too.
He was stopped in Tennessee without a driver's license,
Mm-hmm.
and none of those people in his car had any identification.
Yeah, he was
Now,
involved in trafficking.
why wasn't he arrested on the spot?
Yeah.
Okay.
So it does appear to be that, but he has not gotten due process for that yet. And then there's that argument: do they deserve due process? Those that are
Well, he
undocumented.
did. That's why he was brought back to get due process, and he went before a judge, and he was sentenced to prison.
Yep.
Okay, then I've missed that. Shortly after he returned to the U.S., is that what you're saying, Joseph?
Yes.
Recently? Okay.
Well, as far as Alligator Alcatraz in Florida, they are going to have due process at that Alligator Alcatraz, and then they will be escorted out of the country.
Yeah.
So that the due process will take place.
From what I've heard, they're going to train some of the ICE agents for 6 months, and then they're going to be immigration judges.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I've heard something like that too. They're in Florida. They're going to use the National Guard too.
Yep.
So that's interesting. It's to speed up the process because I think there's just too much. It's just overwhelming.
Yeah.
Okay. So yeah, that is different. But yeah, these people. Yeah, it's a whole nother level. You know what I'm saying? Like the crimes don't match. So for something like that extreme, definitely like ship them and drop them off somewhere.
Well, that's why we have a military tribunal in Guantanamo Bay and elsewhere.
Mm-hmm. Right.
You go before the judge, if you're guilty, there's a gallows outside.
Yep.
Yeah. Okay. So I'm gonna get to everybody's comments now in the chat. Sorry guys, thank you for being so patient because back when we were talking about freedom of speech, Carol says, so I want to know when this so-called free speech changed, what year? Because I think Carol was making comments that back in the day, I guess freedom of speech wasn't viewed in the way that we were describing it today. So, I mean, I could agree with that. Maybe back then it was different how people viewed freedom of speech. Maybe they had more respect. Maybe they had more decorum. Maybe somebody wouldn't dare say something like that, to each other or in public or whatever. I mean, society today obviously doesn't care. But I mean, free speech is still free speech. So I don't think it necessarily changed. I just think that people kind of got more braver now to say stupid stuff because they would not reap the consequences. Whereas back in the day, if you said something like that, somebody would punch you in the face. But now you could say it online and nothing really happens. You know what I'm saying? Like the consequences were quicker.
Yeah, I mean, to put a year, just from what I've seen, growing up in the 80s, and again, I talked about the comedians that were on stage back then. The generation we have today, they wouldn't be able to handle some of the comedians and some of the stuff that they said on stage back then.
Oh no,
I
not at
mean,
all.
Archie Bunker, All in the Family, some of the stuff that he said, wow. You hear it today, and oh my God, somebody's going to be hugging their pillow and sucking on a pacifier.
Yeah, no, they can't handle it. Nope.
They can't. Yeah. So for me, what I saw was there was things we could say in the 80s, but around the mid 90s, they started to say, "Oh, you can't say that no more."
Yeah, that's stupid. Yeah.
That's offensive. So from what I viewed, it started around the mid 90s.
Joe Kicks in the chat. Sorry, I don't know if I'm pronouncing that correctly. This user says stereotypes, negative information about groups of people led to the persecution of Jewish people and others in Germany. People bought not it. I think there's a typo there. Same about immigrants in America, called criminals gang members. Well, I do understand if something is stereotypical, but sometimes stereotypes are true. And sometimes those, if you put let's say like a label on, say, oh, this person is a criminal, well, maybe they were or are a criminal. You know what I'm saying? Like, you have to do your research to see if indeed what is being said is true. But people don't do that anymore. So of course, people are going to say whatever they want to say. They run with it and they don't even double check if it's true or not.
Right.
So yeah, I guess that's like 50% true. Like, people run with it. But
read that last part where he says something about immigrants.
He said same about immigrants in America, called criminals and gang members.
Okay, so I think again, we're lumping with that comment, we're lumping everything together again. There's two separate situations here. You have immigrants that are coming in legally. They do not have criminal records. They're fine, upstanding people, and they're wanting to be part of America. And they're doing it the legal right way. Then you have the other group who are usually 98% of the time illegal immigrants who are coming from backgrounds of violence and drug cartels and traffickers.
Yeah.
That's the group of people that we're talking about there.
Yeah, but he didn't specify. He just said immigrants in America.
That's what I'm saying. That's what I'm saying. Right. People lump it together and don't make that distinction.
Right.
Was it not Trump that said that they are letting go all of the people out of prison and sending them over here, that they're opening up the nut farm or the hospitals of those that are insane and sending them all over here? Is that not grouping it, the making it look like anybody who's undocumented is either a criminal or a lunatic?
What he said
did not our president state that?
He did say that because it was true that other countries were releasing illegal criminals into our country out of their own prisons.
I could agree with you that is the case for a certain amount of people, but the way Trump was doing it was he was lumping it all together. That's the argument I'm trying to push back with. Trump was making it look like that's what's coming over here. They're all criminals or they're all mental cases. They're not sending us their best, whether they're coming over here the proper way or not.
Okay.
And so the comment that I just saw from this gentleman, and I do want to hear you, Joseph. Let me finish this out. From the person that made that comment, I don't know if you're a man or a woman, but I saw a comparison of what they're seeing now being compared to what was happening in Germany. And if you can call people rats and roaches and vermin, it dehumanizes them. And when they are gone, you don't think of them with human value. You think of them as a cockroach, like they're them being disappeared or gone or whatever. If we look at them as being so low, it doesn't affect society at large. You see what I'm saying? A form of manipulation is what I'm talking about.
So I guess my only statement to that would be is these people that are in these prisons in other countries they were emptied out and they were sent across the border. These people were known for raping children. These people were known for murders in their own country. So they've already, in my opinion, dehumanized themselves by their actions. And so I look at it as, call a spade a spade. If that's what if you do something like that, you've already dehumanized yourself, in my opinion.
Yeah. Really quickly, Jesse just joined the stage. Welcome, Jesse. Sorry.
Jesse.
I'm slurring.
I know, right?
Welcome, hee haw. Go ahead with your comment.
Those are my pronouns. Hee haw.
Oh my God.
Hee haw. Hey, Linda, great points. Jimmy, great points. And I don't want to. Great points. I agree with a lot of what you guys are both saying. I just want to add something, a caveat. In my 56 years of living in my hometown, right on the border, I'm a couple of miles away from the Mexican border, Baja California, and about 22 miles from Sonora and California and Arizona. So I live in the corner of 4 beautiful states, 2 Mexican, 2 American states. So I love Mexico and I love the United States. But I just want to say something. And living in my town, Yuma, Arizona, for 56 years, we always spoke English. We did business in English. We used the American dollar. When we wanted to go to Mexico, we spoke Spanish. We used the Mexican peso. But something has happened in the last 10, 15 years. There's a saying in English that says, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. Something has happened here in the Southwest where the Mexicans don't want to do as the Romans do. They, for example, let me just, now this does no evidence. This is no evidence of nothing. I didn't do no scientific research, but this is my everyday business dealing in Yuma, in the Southwest. I go to the Chevy dealer. I see a thing on ad on the internet. So I go to the Chevy dealer. I walk into the Chevy dealer and the guy greets me like, hey, buenos días, ¿cómo estás? Pásale, ¿cómo estás? And I go, good morning, how are you doing? The guy asked me what I wanted. I told him I was looking for this salesman on this Chevy truck. He didn't talk to me no more. He acted like a Jehovah's Witness, love bombing me. But when I spoke to him in English, he hated me. He hated me. A lot of the new, and I'm giving you my eyewitness. I don't have a research. I didn't go to college. I'm not giving you a Rhodes Scholar. I'm just saying what I seen with my eyes. A lot of the immigrants, when I was a kid, I saw my mother and my father love America. I see the new immigrants that are coming over hate America. I've seen this from 60 years, 56 years. This is why I'm giving you the testimony of what I see. Something has happened with this generation of immigrants that didn't exist in my father's generation. And I think, so there's a lot of animosity. And for 40, 50 years, I used to preach it to all my friends. Hey, there's going to come a day when the black man, the Native American, the Chinese, they're going to get tired of us Mexican. They're going to shoot us because of the color of our skin. I used to say that because they got too demanding, too entitled. They blast their Mexican radio, burn their the American flag, fly the Mexican flag. If we did that in Mexico, just a couple of blocks over, we would get killed if we flew the American flag.
Yep.
So there's a saying, when in Rome, do as the Romans do. I think our brothers and sisters in the immigrant, not all of them, and Linda brings up a valid point, and I honor her for that. We don't want to lump everybody. Linda, I honor what you just said. I do. And if I lumped everybody, please forgive me. I didn't mean to. But some of us have forgotten civility or being an immigrant and assimilating to a foreign country. And it created a lot of animosity between the races. So I respect a lot of what Jimmy's saying and what Linda is saying. There's two sides to every coin. But sometimes when a person is so demanding, so entitled, it creates animosity on the races. And I think that's what's happening today.
Yeah. Thank you.
Well, Jesse, that's your question. Jesse, this man that you were talking to at the Chevrolet dealer or car dealership, was he a legal citizen?
Yeah, he could be a citizen, but what's happening, you go to Home Depot, you go to Lowe's, any Hispanic will not talk to you in English. When I was a kid in the 70s and the 60s, this was the way we were brought up. You speak English. If the person speaks Spanish, you return it in Spanish, but you always defaulted to English. At home, we spoke Spanish, and in business
Right.
and school, we spoke English, and that was
Mhm.
respect. That doesn't exist anymore. Now
Yep.
people don't want to, and it's listen, it's racist on the Mexican parts. Let me give you an example. I run a service business. There's two girls, a Mexican and a white girl that doesn't speak English. So the call should be 50-50. The workload should be 50-50. But if 50% of the population refuses to speak English, the Mexican Spanish-speaking girl is going to be overburdened with work. The English girl is just going to, no hablo inglés, and turn over and not provide any service. Because that happens every day. The new immigrant is refusing to speak English.
Yes. I can attest to that because, like I said, when my wife was working in the health department, she saw a lot of refugees come in, immigrants come in, and they actually had to call. They had to have translators on standby at the health department because these folks coming in would refuse to speak English. And I think this goes back to a bigger thing in play here, going back to the World Economic Forum and Klaus Schwab and the Great Replacement, where they wanted to blend the Western nations so we lose our identity. Look at Europe, look at England, look at Germany, look at Switzerland. The identities of these nations are being changed; they're being blended. That one video we showed where it said, "Oh, this guy, there's a culture barrier." He didn't know it was wrong to do that.
Jimmy, blended or Babylon?
No, just say, well, blended.
But see, that's how we do. You divide the language, you could divide the people.
Well, that's true. So you've got folks down in Yuma that refuse to assimilate to American culture, and you got folks in Minnesota who are from Islamic background who are refusing to assimilate to the American culture. And we as Americans are saying, this is America. We respect your heritage, but when you come across the border and you're a legal citizen, you need to assimilate to America. You need to learn English and respect the country. Why is that such a radical idea?
No, it's not. I just think that people are not used to hearing it. And I agree like 1,000%. Like I used to dream of taking a trip to England. Now I wouldn't think twice about going. Yeah, I wouldn't go. I wouldn't even go. Like if I'm gonna go to Ireland, I want to see people of that nation. If I go to Scotland, I want to see those people. If I go to England, I want to see English people. If I want to go to India, I want to see Indian people. If I go to China, I want to see Chinese people. You know what I'm saying? Like I wouldn't go because of how crazy their immigration is.
Yeah, it's just funny to me, like these countries right now that we're looking at that are having an illegal immigration problem. It's just not here in the United States. It's the Western nations. Why aren't they having this problem in Vietnam, Japan, Korea? Why are they not having problems there with illegal immigration?
Or Poland.
Well, Poland's having a problem. Well, Poland just sent troops to their border last week. I saw an article on that. Poland sent troops to their border to cut down on illegal immigration.
Okay.
So, but these other countries are not having this problem. So it's all, to me, it's orchestrated. This is what they're trying to do.
You know, when I dream, sometimes when I dream, and I want to dream about love, or I want to dream about God or Jesus or anything, any discipline I receive or education, anything I receive, constructive criticism. Sometimes I dream in Spanish because it's such a romantic language. And when I think of Mexico, I want to cry. I remember my mother and my father. I remember the music, the food. It is beautiful. And somebody says, Jesse, you want to go to heaven? You want to go to I already saw Mexico. in the 1960s. Or if somebody says, you want to go to heaven? I lived in Yuma in 1976. So all the nations are beautiful. All the nations are beautiful. When in Rome, respect Rome. You know, and that's why when we're tourists, like Ruby, what you were saying, I would love to go to Spain. I think if I ever go to Spain, I ain't never gonna come back. I'm gonna be a wetback. I mean, I'm. But you know, you would love the language, and you would immerse yourself. When you're a tourist, you immerse yourself in that beautiful language.
Exactly. Right.
Well, Jesse, they don't like Mexicans in Spain.
Because we're better
supposedly
looking.
they're racist.
Yeah, they're racist. We're better looking, and we cook better.
Yeah. Jimmy, a comment for you. JG says, Jimmy, could you be misinterpreting refusing to assimilate with feels more comfortable? The next generation of immigrants will always speak the language and be fully assimilated.
Okay, hold on. Repeat that again. Sorry.
Well, that's the goal.
Right.
That's a beautiful comment. That's a beautiful question. I've
So-
seen it with my own eyes.
Yeah. So JG is asking you, Jimmy, if you are misinterpreting, quote, refusing to assimilate with, quote, feels more comfortable. The next generation of immigrants will always speak the language and be fully assimilated.
Can I answer that? And then Jimmy?
Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, I got it. Yeah.
That was a beautiful comment. JG wrote that.
Yes.
I agree with her because I see that. But what happened is, Ruby, JG is correct. He's correct. But the numbers don't lie. We're talking about 25 million people that came over in a bang. Boom! That don't want to speak Spanish. The comment is that the next generation will assimilate. Correct. Like Joe DiMaggio, for example. When Joe DiMaggio's parents came over from Italy, they weren't assimilated like Joe DiMaggio was.
Right.
You know,
right.
okay, so the next generation, like Cheech and Chong, Marine, I bet you he was more assimilated than his mom and dad. Yes, that's correct. But what happened in 2024, 25 million illegals came over in one bang. That's 25 million people that don't want to speak the language. And it's real dangerous because you're driving in the road, you got hazardous material, and let's say you're a mom with a baby, and the guy in the 18-wheeler carrying a heavy load doesn't speak the language, doesn't read the language. You know how dangerous that is? Just in safety. And so it's very important to assimilate now. And so the comment and the question that person did is correct. But the sheer volume of non-English speaking people is a safety concern.
Yeah. So my response to that would be, again, you have two sets of people, which Jesse had very, very well outlined. You have the folks that have come over here. For example, when I was in high school, my best friend, he was Vietnamese. His name was Quang Quoc. And smart kid. And back when I was at JW, I actually had a Bible study with Quang. And I would go over to his family's house. And in his family, he had him, his older brother, his sister, and then he had his mom and his dad. Now, his mom and dad were first generation Vietnamese immigrants. In their house, they spoke Vietnamese because they were very comfortable with that. I'm sure that when they went out in public, I don't even think I even heard them ever use English. So, but the next generation, Quang and his brother and sister, they were assimilated. So yes, there is that comfortability that some have that come over, and yeah, the next generation will be fully assimilated. But then you go back to the point that Jesse made, that over the last, let's say 6 years, there's been such a massive flow of illegal immigration into this country, and these people don't want to assimilate. So it's two separate situations.
I'm gonna let
Can I ask
Joseph.
Jesse something? Oh, wait.
Yeah, because I know Joseph wanted to say something, and then it's about to be midnight, so I wanted to move on to
yeah, we need to get on to Epstein.
Yeah, and we didn't even talk about the new party.
I really want to ask Jesse one more question before we move on, if that's all.
Well, all these 25 million newcomers who are illegal, they came over the border and they committed a crime.
Yep.
And they have to be deported or self-deport and come back legally.
Correct.
Now,
Go ahead, Linda.
anyone who comes over here has to assimilate. That's exactly what it is.
Yeah.
Okay,
My
thank you,
father
Joseph.
came from my father came from the Philippines back in 1920, but he had to fight in the. He was in the American Navy. He had to fight in World War One as a combatant, and he had to serve in the army, faithfully and honorably. And when he got out, in order to come to the United States, he had to speak English. He not only speak it, but write it. And he had to memorize a lot about American history and parts of the Constitution. And once he got here, he had to have a sponsor. And he had to meet with immigration for 15 years before he became American citizen.
Mm-hmm.
So
Yeah.
before he even came over here, he was able to speak English and read and write English.
Right. Exactly. I'm gonna let Linda ask her question, and then we're gonna move on to the next subject. Go ahead, Linda.
Okay, and yes, Joseph, thank you for saying that, because it takes time. The whole process of becoming a citizen when you're not documented, there's a whole process that goes through it. And so they have to learn English. They have to learn about the history. And that's part of becoming a citizen. And in my opinion, some of these people that are being picked up are in the process of becoming a citizen, but they're just closing out the case and then they're being taken. And I think some of them are actually on the right route. So that's my opinion. But Jesse, when that person at that car dealership started talking to you in Spanish first, was he younger than you?
Yes.
Is it not true that those that are younger will speak to those that are older in the native language as a form of respect?
You know what? Yes, you are correct. Cannot argue with that point.
The reason I know this is I grew up in Los Angeles County. And one day I asked somebody who was speaking Spanish to an older person, I said to them, don't you know we Wetas think y'all are talking about us when you speak Spanish? And I got schooled. I was informed that that was a custom, that if they're speaking to somebody older, they'll speak to them in their native language. It's a respect thing. And so, yeah, I don't know if it was a respect thing from that person or not, but that's
Linda,
just one of the things I learned about the culture. Yes?
Linda, you are keen observing.
Yeah, but you said the guy didn't want to even talk to you after that.
Beautiful observation. Yes.
Thank you. Who didn't want to talk to me? Did you say that to me, Joseph?
No, he was saying that the guy didn't want to talk to him afterwards.
Oh, okay, that's right. Yeah, that's a different flavor. Definitely.
Yeah,
you
because
picked up on that
I
too.
offended him. I offended him. So
Mhm.
Linda, you could be you're striking on a very cultural thing. Yes.
So
Very
he
keen.
might have actually experienced that as you reprimanding him.
Yes.
Maybe.
I agree
Yeah,
with you.
okay.
Beautiful. Very good
That was all I
observation.
wanted to find out. Okay, thank you for
Yes.
letting me ask that question, y'all.
Yeah,
Thank you.
and I would have never thought of that unless you would have brought it up.
Jesse, weren't you an elder one time? So
Yeah, but Jehovah's Witness elders don't listen. We're the worst mannered people on the planet. Jehovah's Witness
Yeah.
elders.
No, yeah, you guys are making really great points, because I used to go to school in Chinatown in Manhattan, and I was the only Latina girl in a school of 99% Chinese, and there was like maybe one other, black girl, me, and that was really it. And the Chinese girls would bully me because I guess I wasn't Chinese. And then I got like peer pressured into eating their foods and things like that. It was horrible. But the Chinese girls, they, I guess, are a second generation. They had American names and their Chinese names. So when they would go home, their parents would call them their birth name, But when they would go to school, they would have American names like Ashley, Emma, like common names in America. And that was a weird like a weird time period. Like now that I'm older, looking back, I'm realizing, wow, I was the minority in my own country, in my own school. How crazy is that?
You're what
But
Elvis
it
called.
happens.
You're what Elvis called. I'm a stranger in my own hometown.
Exactly. Yeah. So hey, it it is what it is. But we're gonna move on to the next subject because we didn't even touch on the Epstein problem. List, no list. There's a whole back and
Yeah,
forth
we're
with
going to
that.
go there.
And then, I mean, we could do the American Party real quick because that's a quick opinion. Elon just mentioned that if if the big beautiful bill passed, that he was going to start a new political party and he was going to name it the American Party. But what's so ironic is that this guy is not even American; he's South African. And like how that funny, clip that I played earlier, it's just at this point, it's just comedy at this point. But if anybody has an opinion, let me know in the chat. I know Jimmy had one, so we'll go we'll go down the line. Go ahead, Jimmy. How do you feel about a new political party?
The thing is there's many third parties already. And historically, they don't do well in the polls at all. I think that the one that had the most success was Ross Perot back in, was it 92?
93.
Where he got like 23% of the national vote.
And he's a billionaire.
Yeah, I don't know what, I think he just ran as an independent, Ruby.
Oh, okay. Go ahead.
Yeah. So, but this whole thing with Musk, me personally, I think it's a complete distraction. I think it's a waste of time. I think it may expose some rhinos. We just kind of see who gravitates towards that idea. So maybe it'll expose some rhinos. But I'm with you. At this point right now, with everything else going on, this seems like a comedic part of the movie.
I mean, yeah, I am, aside from Elon's idea, I am a supporter of third party. I would recommend it more than the two party system because of how corrupt both are. I mean, maybe they're all corrupt, but the fact that nobody else wins except if they're a Democrat or Republican, that's a problem for me. We should have more third party people running and winning. So I personally agree with it. Go ahead, Jimmy. I already see
got a
you.
question for you, Ruby. You have the abolitionist mindset, right?
I do for certain things, yes.
Okay, so what about this one? Get rid of all the parties and just have people run on moral values and the support of the Constitution. Abolish all parties. Get rid of them all.
Yeah, I mean, I agree with that. I don't think there's a necessity to have a affiliation with a specific party as long as you are American, born and raised American, you're a citizen. You should be able to vote for whoever you want. It shouldn't be restricted to a certain party or state or neighborhood. You know what I'm saying? Like, no restrictions. Have it open.
Yeah, and that's one thing that George Washington he did not believe in the party system. So he was against that. And he warned about that.
Right. So I agree with that. If anybody else has a comment, go right ahead before we move on to the Epstein.
Well, if you have a two-party system like we have here in the United States right now, whoever is in office, the other party has to be the opposition party. And it flip-flops whoever is in office. You will have one who is the dominant at the time, and the opposite party will always be in opposition. And we're seeing that more today than ever by the rhetoric that we see from, the opposition side.
Joseph brought out something I just thought about here. It's like we talk about decentralization and centralization of power. And we've used, for example, like the Department of Education. Okay, before it was just the states decided on what we were going to educate kids on. Then they consolidated to have the Department of Education. And now the government is telling everybody this is the way it needs to be ran. So I look at it from the fact that George Washington didn't like the party system, but now it's like the power of America has been consolidated or centralized to these two parties, and we're in a position where we have to pick one of them, which we really don't want to. You see what I'm saying? So it's like, if you go to the grocery store or gas station, you go for drinks, how many different drinks do you see? Now pretend like you go to the gas station, now all you see is Pepsi and Coke, and you got to pick one.
Hell no.
So we need to break that centralization of power in America and give it back to the people.
Well, that's why Trump had to run in a particular party so that he could have a chance as presidential candidate. He couldn't run as a third party or as because he realizes that two-party system is it in this country, and you had to be either one or the other.
Yep.
And he's riding on that particular party right now because he has no choice.
He's got to work with. He's got to work with what's been given.
Yes. He has to also deal with Congress, which is may have a three-party, at least a three-party system. You have Republicans and Democrats and Independents.
Yeah, I'm all for getting rid of parties and just basing people on their content, their character, and their upholding the Constitution. I'm sick of the Republican and Democrat systems.
Yeah, it's really a uni party when it comes to. It's just that when one is in power, the other one is always in opposition, and we always have to hear this rhetoric from all the opposition politicians.
Yeah, and I think it's a lie when they try to convince us that third parties would just take the vote away from Republicans and Democrats will always win. I don't think that's necessarily true, because if there is enough third party voters, then that third party would win, obviously. But since there isn't enough, then yeah, it's going to steal some votes from either side. But that should be up to the person. So who cares whether or not the left or the right wins or loses? As long as you voted according to your values and morals of that party or whatever, you should vote it no matter what. Like, who cares if the Democrats lose or the Republicans lose? I don't care. I would still vote the way I'm going to vote no matter what. And if more people voted like that, then that party would win. If it's independent or, whatever other party it is. I don't know what that fear is. Like, I don't get it when people say stuff like that, because I'm not afraid of that.
More voices is a threat to their system.
Exactly. Okay, so we're going to talk about the Epstein list, okay? Let me just play the clip, because this is what bothered me so much. This was posted today. A lot of people have been saying what this tweet quotes. It says, "This is the worst response I have ever seen by President Trump. Probably the only bad response I have ever seen from President Trump." Okay, this is when he goes off on a reporter today for asking about Jeffrey Epstein. Let's watch.
Sure. Are you still talking about Jeffrey Epstein? This guy's been talked about for years. You're asking, we have Texas, we have this, we have all of the things. And are people still talking about this guy, this creep? That is unbelievable. Do you want to waste the time and do you feel like answering?
I don't mind answering.
I mean, I can't believe you're asking a question on Epstein at a time like this where we're having some of the greatest success and also tragedy with what happened in Texas. It just seems like a desecration, but you go ahead.
Sure. First, to back up on that, in February, I did an interview on Fox, and it's been getting a lot of attention because I said, I was asked a question about the client list, and my response was, it's sitting on my desk to be reviewed, meaning the file along with the JFK, MLK files as well. That's what I meant by that. Also, to the tens of thousands of video, they turned out to be child porn downloaded by that disgusting Jeffrey Epstein. Child porn is what they were. Never going to be released, never going to see the light of day. To him being an agent, I have no knowledge about that. We can get back to you on that. And the minute missing from the video, we released the video showing definitively the video was not conclusive, but the evidence prior to it was showing he committed suicide. And what was on that, there was a minute that was off the counter. And what we learned from Bureau of Prisons was every year, every night, they redo that video. It's old, from like 1999. So every night the video is reset, and every night should have the same minute missing. So we're looking for that video to release that as well, showing that a minute is missing every night. And that's it on Epstein.
Okay, so that's what Trump said. That's what Pam said. Now, I feel like I'm being gaslit or betrayed. Like, I don't know how to even feel about this, but the fact that Trump said what he said, as if you're still talking about that guy, like, oh, come on. What you mean, come on? Why are we still talking about him? That was the biggest news in 2020, 2021. We are still talking about it because we don't have the information. We don't have the list. We don't have the black book. We don't. So why is Gasoline, whatever her name is, why is she in jail? For what? Who was she servicing? And why is nobody else in jail? Go ahead.
Yeah. Before I get started on this, I think it would be appropriate for us to take a moment of silence for the victims of child sexual abuse, considering the crap that Epstein and his cohorts and many others have been involved in, to remember that this issue has human effects on these children. We can argue this and we can argue that. We can argue Trump. We can argue, but there's victims to this stuff. And I think people really need to remember that before they start arguing back and forth about this or that. So let's just take a moment of silence for those victims of child sexual abuse. All right. Thank you, everybody. All right. So let's get into this Epstein thing. When I got the news Sunday night, I was apparently there when it broke. I was online. My wife sent me a video, and it was this girl dancing. And in the dancing video, it had this whole thing where the DOJ and the FBI have come out and said that there is no client list and that Epstein really did kill himself. And at first I'm like, what in the hell is this? All right. So there's two sides of me on this. Okay. You have the one side of me who is, all right, I'm sick of the movie. I want to see arrest. Bring it on. Quit the games. Let's get down to the nitty gritty and get this over and done with and expose it all. So I'm upset about that. I want to see this crap happen. However, that's the emotional response, in my opinion. And for me, that's the emotional response. The other side of me is okay, all right, why is this happening? What's going on here? Let me dig and find out why this stuff is playing out the way it is. Now, most folks are going to stick with the emotional response and will not take the time to go back and look at the history of all this, because this goes back a long ways. We're talking about, it goes back to Ghislaine Maxwell's father, Robert Maxwell, who was a Mossad agent. So this has there's a lot of history that you got to look at. But if you don't make that distinction, you're going to be stuck on the emotional side. So that's where I'm at on this. There's more to talk about.
Okay, two comments that I want to highlight. Wild Wall says, next he will be saying you are still talking about P. Diddy. He single-handedly saved the baby oil industry. But you see, that's what I'm saying. It's the logic. Like, what if we never got the information that we did in this trial about P. Diddy and people were still talking about the P. Diddy scandal if he never got arrested? You know what I'm saying? It's like, no, there was no accountability. So what do you mean? Why are we still talking about this? Because it's an issue. It's a huge issue.
My response to that, I told you this, Ruby, on our private call earlier. We need to look at the context, what was being discussed before that all happened. Were they talking about what was going on in Texas and the devastation in Texas? Were they talking about some of the success? What was the context of the meeting at that point? Because Trump did do something very similar to this a couple of weeks ago. And for the love of God, I can't remember exactly what it was, but they were having a press conference and they were talking about one thing, and that's what they were talking about. And then a reporter, asks this off the wall question about something else. I don't know if it was tariffs or something, but Trump was like,
yes, I think that was with the Ukraine guy.
It
was that sit down and somebody said something and he's like, why are you talking about that? We're talking about this.
Yeah, why?
Like that.
So for me, remembering how he did that there, for me, that wasn't so crazy of Trump to do, because he's done this before, where he's like, hey, we're going to stay on topic.
Yeah, but that's appropriate sometimes. What happened right now, like what we just saw, I don't think that's appropriate, because we the people have been asking about this whole situation since he was arrested and allegedly killed himself. We never got accountability. We barely even got a video. Like a minute is missing. Like, stop. This is like screaming cover up.
Yeah, it's funny to me that, in the beginning of all this, there was no video because all cameras were down.
Allegedly,
and now we have video.
The angle, right?
So I pulled some information tonight from a couple of different sources and what their thoughts on this was, and I just wanted to share it with you guys so we can maybe step back from the emotional side and look a little deeper. And is there more things at play here? So I did want to share those with you. You can decide whether or not we're being gaslit or whatever. There's some part of me that's like, damn, this doesn't look good. Come on, y'all. I get that. I completely understand that. I'm ready. I saw a meme today and it had Trump and Dan Scavino, and the meme, Trump was saying, are they still with us, Dan? And Dan said, yes, sir, they are, but they're demanding arrest.
I have a clip of him.
Of who?
Dan. This is him, right?
Oh, I was talking about Dan Scavino.
Oh, so that's not him. That's somebody else?
Yeah, Dan Scavino is his guy that is, I don't know what his title is, but he's always putting out some good information, great information. So anyway, yeah, we're ready to see arrest. We want to see accountability and we want to see justice, because we know that if these people are not held accountable for what they've done. And it doesn't matter what side of the aisle, right, left, purple, I don't freaking care.
Right. Yeah.
If you've done something that you need to be held accountable for, then that needs to happen, because if we don't stop it now, then it's just going to continue. But here's the thing. The people have to demand the accountability.
Yes. And
All right.
we have been for years.
Yes, but that needs to grow. There's a lot of people out there that have no clue about Jeffrey Epstein and the corruption. This week alone, just since this news broke, 275,000 searches on X for Jeffrey Epstein, the highest it's been in 3 years. So there's people that are now just waking up. Remember, everybody's on a different path here, but you got people that are waking up that don't even know this story. It's like, for example, Ruby with the James Brennan and Comey dude. You don't know the story of the Russian collusion, the background, right?
So I know of the collusion. I just don't know the names connected to it, as if they were
Well, Jimmy,
involved.
the charges with Brennan and Comey,
John Brennan,
they lied to Congress.
Yeah. So
That-
but
they have the evidence for that.
correct. But my point being is, there's a lot of people that don't know about that story. So same situation. A lot of people don't know about the Epstein stuff right now. And we need the country, the majority of the country, to demand accountability.
Okay, so tell me this. Why is it that all these political commentators, influencers, YouTube people, everybody was on the same bandwagon of accountability? Yes, we need the files, we need the list, we need this, we need that. And then now all of a sudden, when was it Pam or whoever, the DOJ released that there was no supposed list to even begin with. And now all those people all of a sudden do a 360 and say, maybe there wasn't a list. We should be thankful for what we already have. I mean, the whole hype about those influencers getting that binder from the White House, that was
theater.
Exactly. That's what I'm trying to say. So
That was
all
theater.
of that just gaslighting us, just bringing up the hype as if we were going to get information, and now you're trying to tell us that there's nothing to see here? I'm sorry, I don't believe it.
Yeah. So first off, I'm gonna give my personal opinion on this whole Epstein stuff, and then we're gonna get into what other folks have been saying, and then we got a clip. You still got that clip bookmarked, right, from the And We Know episode, where that guy was talking.
Where did you send it?
I sent it to you in the X DMs.
Okay, I'm gonna go there now. Let me see.
But we'll play that clip too. But here's
yes. Okay, go ahead.
So my personal thing on this is, I do believe that this story is nowhere near over. I've seen.
Yeah, but how do you explain that though? The gaslighting from all these influencers. How do you explain that?
I'm going to read some stuff that I believe is happening, because I think there's much more stuff going on behind the scenes on this. And it's not just here in the United States, because Jeffrey Epstein was a worldwide asset for Mossad. So that's why I think after we talk about some of this stuff, maybe that will answer the question on, okay, why is this happening the way it is? Because we all know that nothing appears or seems to be as it appears.
Right.
And so when this stuff popped off, my first instinct was, what the hell? All right. Seriously, because I was actually there for that breaking news all over the media. It was like late Sunday night or Saturday or Sunday night it was. And I was like, all right, what the hell's going on here? My other thought was, who is a trap being set for? That was my other thought. I'm like, somebody's getting, I kept saying, it's a trap. The guy from Star Wars, it's a trap. So there's that thinking, because my brain always goes towards the conspiratorial side of things, right?
Yeah.
So,
Sorry, Jimmy. No, go ahead.
So I'm going to try to explain that a little bit, but I'm going to let you go through.
Okay, yeah, this is the problem, right? I could agree with you that maybe there is something deeper, a bigger picture to see. Of course, there's always something deeper and a bigger picture. But how do you excuse the whole momentum that these people were giving us to then just let us fall off the cliff with nothing and treat us as if we're stupid to believe that there was no list or that there was no information, that it was just child porn, and that's why they're not going to release it? I don't believe that. And for them to actually be, oh, we're the administration of transparency, and I'm sorry, it's hypocritical, or you just really do think we're stupid, just like every other politician, and you're no different than everybody else. Like, they're really trying.
Well, Ruby, nobody has been indicted yet. She cannot release information that their attorneys could use against the case. So there's going to be some silence from Pam Bondi until some people are indicted. And
But
then
what about Maxwell Gasoline? She's already in jail. She was already taken, and the
yes,
judge took the little black book, allegedly, and that it's sealed. Like, nobody could see what's in that. Like, what is that?
I heard it was like able to be auctioned off like a month ago. The little black book. Did anybody else hear that?
well, one of the, I think the pilot or butler, he had a copy of the black book, and he wanted to sell it, but it was confiscated. And
Okay.
but like I say, there's so many people on that needs to be indicted who are high profile people. You're talking about ex-presidents and ex a Secretary of State, and people are pretty powerful in their own right, even though they're not in office, and have a powerful, law firms that will back them up. So Pam Bondi has to play a game so that she cannot release information that will damage any case that will come to court. Now, Congress has the right to call any of these people before Congress to get any information. And if any information is brought out, then the FBI could go and do the investigation, and that investigated information will be given to the DOJ and Pam Bondi. Well, if there is a case for a particular individual that may be on the list or not on the list, will be prosecuted.
There's also the fact that if these allegation of crimes and everything on these individuals reaches a federal level, to the point of RICO cases, trafficking cases, and things like that, treason, because we know pay to play and all that stuff, if that's all involved, then all the information, all the files, everything goes to the military, and the military conducts the courts. So there's that.
Oh, that's good. I like the military tribunal.
Yeah. So, and I think that's where a lot of people don't think about that, because once it goes to a point where it cannot be held or it cannot be handled in civil court, then it's got to go into the military courts. And if it goes into the military courts, you ain't seeing anything until it's done.
Yeah, well, you're talking about cases of treason,
Correct.
and that's punishable by death.
And we know that basically human trafficking and child trafficking and all this is a way for them to fund their operations. Because once you get somebody in a compromising position, then you can move that politician like a puppet on a string to do things you want them to do that benefit your bottom line. So there's that aspect to this too. So,
well, here's another thing. I know Ruby is concerned and upset about Trump, but you must remember Trump is the chief executive and the commander in chief. That is his primary responsibility. And anything dealing with prosecuting, that's in the hands of Pam Bondi. And he, as president, he cannot tell Pam Bondi, I want you to arrest this person or that. It has to be completely separate.
Yeah.
So he has to do his job, and he is just primarily concentrating on his 20 campaign promises.
Yeah, that's true, but he literally dismissed it as if Pam wasn't gonna even give it the time of day. He was like, do you even want to answer that? It's like the way he said it, the way he brushed it off, the energy, the vibes that I got, that it was like bothersome to even hear the name. That's what got me, because Trump usually is the one that cares about certain things like this. His administration in the past has cared about child trafficking and all that kind of stuff. So that to me kind of felt a little disappointing. And like Fighter of Truth just said, she comments, then say that there's evidence, I can't release it. Not just saying there isn't one, because you see that's the thing. They were misleading people to believe that there was a list and that they were going to release it. Then they give the binder phase 1 with the information that the internet already had that was unredacted. So that was all BS to begin with, and people saw right through it. And coincidentally, most of these influencers were Jewish. So please, the story writes itself. I'm sick and tired of it. I'm done with it. And I'm disappointed in Trump once again. And that's why I'm switching my party. I am not gonna support Trump because of the carelessness that he's projecting, as if he doesn't care. Because I think that he does care. I really do believe that. But he's not showing that right now. And whether or not he's playing a game or trying to out people out or whatever, you see, I don't care about those political games. We, the people, want to protect children. We, the people, want accountability. So we don't really care about those games. So that's just where I'm coming from.
Here again, that's the FBI and the DOJ has to do that.
Yeah, more
Is
corrupt people. The FBI.
Chief executive. He's concerned about fulfilling his 20 promises for the country. He cannot influence Pam Bondi whatsoever.
Yeah.
He can't turn to her and say, okay, Pam Bondi, this reporter said this. I want you to start working on it or release this. He cannot do that as president.
Right.
That is her responsibility, and that's why she was chosen for that.
And see,
Now,
sorry, Joseph.
Well, she never said the case was closed. It's not.
Yeah, this is not done and over with. This is not done and over with. That's why. That's why I put out the fact.
Anything. Yeah.
What's that, Joseph?
This is bigger than anything because it involves international networking.
Yes. So what I want to do real quick is
Ghislaine Maxwell. She was at one time a JW.
I don't know if she was or not. I know Sarah Kellen was. She was involved. That was Ghislaine Maxwell's lieutenant. Sarah Kellen.
She. Well, that's how she got some of these women who were either put on probation or disfellowshipped or ostracized from their family, and she groomed them.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. If folks haven't gone down and learned the beginnings of all this and how it came to be, I highly advise you go do that, because it's deep. There's so much at play here. So what I want to do real quick is I want to share the thoughts of these folks, and just to share the thoughts doesn't mean that I agree or disagree. And one of them does have some information from the Q post. I've talked about it before, and I'm not going to stop talking about it. I do know I did a search the other day on the board, and there were 39 different posts that came up that specifically mentioned Epstein. Take that for what it's worth. You can believe what you want to believe, but I just want to share this information with you guys, and then you decide. So the first one, unfortunately, I didn't pull the name of where this one came from, but it says Epstein's former employee, Maria Farmer, alleged that his residence had pinhole cameras recording every single thing his clients were doing. There were computer rooms bigger than houses collecting this information. This was obviously used to garner blackmail and hold leverage over these people. All of Epstein's residents, this is her quote, all of Epstein's residents had these mechanical rooms and tunnel systems. I know this because Epstein told me. These rooms were enormous, bigger than houses. I have no idea why anyone needs so many computers in one room. There were pinhole cameras to record everything on every estate. The cameras were ubiquitous. You couldn't see them unless they were pointed out to you. I don't care who you are, whether you are liberal or conservative. We do not believe that Epstein was not blackmailing anyone and that Ghislaine went to jail for trafficking children to no one. So this kind of goes into my personal thing where, yeah, I believe there's a list. I believe there's recordings. So when I heard this news, I was like, yeah, this is bullcrap. What's going on here? So then we have Ultra Peppy Lives Matter says, wow, so the memo was real then, and they are actually going with Epstein blackmailed nobody, and there were no clients. At the very least, the red pills are magnifying and being spread like wildfire. Literally no one believes the story they are selling about Jeffrey Epstein, and people are going to want to continue to research for themselves about the topic. Some suggest that Epstein was taken into witness protection. So then how could they possibly tell us that? Others believe that since Epstein was a Mossad agent, they have to handle this situation delicately given the dangers surrounding Israel. No one believes Epstein killed himself and had no clients, however. As for me, I'm going to sit back and watch it all play out without getting overly emotional. That was from Peppy Lives Matter. Laura Bowley. I like the stuff she puts out. She's pretty fair and balanced. There's something totally off about the DOJ and FBI suddenly closing the Epstein case, declaring there was no client list, no blackmail operation, and that Epstein's death was definitively a suicide. What the hell? It's hard not to notice the timing. Just a month ago, Vice President J.D. Vance was publicly pushing for the release of Epstein client list, and both Kash Patel and Pam Bondi had promised that the Epstein files, including names, videos, and documents, would be made public. Those assurances have now disappeared without explanation, right as the DOJ moves to shut the case down entirely. At the same time, Israel Prime Minister Benjamin Netanyahu was at the White House on July 7th, the very day the DOJ's decision was announced. That visit was focused on ending the war in Gaza and possibly laying the groundwork for a broader peace deal involving Iran. I've been trying to make sense of what's going on with Trump, Israel, the Epstein situation, and the deepening split in what used to feel like a unified MAGA movement. On one hand, we've got people in Trump's orbit, Tucker Carlson, Candace Owens, Joe Rogan, Steve Bannon, saying out loud what so many have been thinking for years. They're pulling the curtain back on Israel's influence. questioning the unconditional support and connecting dots that were always treated as taboo. They're red-pilling millions, and I think this is by design. But on the other hand, Trump's own team, Kash Patel, Bongino, Rubio, Cruz, seem to be doubling down, repeating that Israel is our greatest ally and echoing the same talking points we thought America First was supposed to challenge. Their message lately hasn't inspired hope, is fueling feelings of having been fooled yet again. Could it be that the case is being buried not to protect individuals, but to preserve larger geopolitical leverage? It's not unreasonable to think that this is part of a wider strategy. Trump has always used leverage and ambiguity as tools.
You got it.
Shutting down the Epstein case could be part of a political trade, getting Netanyahu to play ball, pushing Republicans to back his domestic spending, or keeping sensitive intelligence relationships under wraps. The Epstein file may have been less about justice and more about control. People aren't stupid. They see what's happening. And the timing, silence, and sudden closure of one of the most explosive cases in modern history only confirm what we've always known, that this was never just about one man. It was about what he knew and who needed that knowledge buried. Could it be that the notorious blackmail operation is being used by Trump for geopolitical blackmail? And there's one more post from her, and then I'll see what you guys think. We watched the DOJ quietly close the Epstein case. No new names, no real accountability. And everyone paying attention knows the Epstein story has deep ties to intelligent networks, including Mossad and Israel. You don't have to connect many dots to see how that fits into a much bigger picture. And Trump's base knows this. We remember what was promised, drain the swamp. So why does it now feel like he's protecting parts of it? And then there's Trump himself. His body language has always suggested he's not exactly fond of Bibi Netanyahu, and there are moments where it feels like he wants to say more but doesn't. He criticized Bibi publicly before, especially over how the Gaza conflict was handled. But when it comes to actual policy, we're still sending aid, still defending foreign interest, while Americans suffer at home. What happened to America First? Because while the America First base is waking up and asking hard questions, the official messaging from the Trump campaign is leaving a lot of us confused, or worse, disillusioned. Is there a larger tactic in play here? Some master strategy we're not seeing? Or are we starting to confront a harder truth that parts of this movement were always MAGA, not MAGA? I hope not, but something isn't adding up, and I think a lot of people are starting to feel it. I think we deserve some answers. That was from Laura Boley. Thoughts?
Well, some of my friends, we had discussions very similar to this, who are MAGA people, and they got to the point they almost convinced me that Trump was a traitor to the America First movement. But if you really look at it, he is, the chief executive, and he is just primarily concentrating on his 20 campaign promises. That's it. He cannot influence Pam Bondi or any other department head.
Right.
So it's up to them whenever they have these meetings to update everybody on how the case is going.
Right.
And if Pam Bondi fell in that, then somebody needs to talk to her to not to leave a lot of people hanging and disillusioned.
Right. Thank you, Joseph. Ruby, you got that clip from And We Know?
Yes, I do. At the 27 and 50 second mark.
Yeah.
How long you want me to play it for?
till that guy's done talking.
Okay, perfect.
This is
And
just another
containability.
perspective,
Now, with
folks.
that being said, this video happened to pop up in my on X, and I thought you guys would find it very interesting.
Just something to consider. What if what's contained?
Whoa, can you guys see me?
Yeah, I can see you.
Oh, my computer went black.
Uh-oh.
What the heck?
What the hell is that?
The video that you're showing right now just went black, but we could see everything around it, like the background picture and the circles of all of us. We could still see that.
Yeah, I just can't see your screen.
Oh my gosh. Okay, my whole computer went black and it's not refreshing. So I'm going to be back in 1 second. I'm going to exit and come back.
Wow.
So I remember back in the day, I was 11 years old, and it was 1975, and it was just like this, talking about it day in and day out, all the time, all the time, all the time. And as soon as October 1975 happened and went, and it like crickets, nothing to see here.
Yeah.
And then after a year or two, it was like, we never said that.
Yeah.
So this reminded me so much of 1975, being gaslit, you know, telling us that we were over enthusiastic, and that they never claimed that Armageddon would hit in 1975. And what I discovered after looking at it for a while is if you take this teaching, that teaching, and a couple of others, combine it together like a well put together puzzle, that equals we were expecting Armageddon or the Great Tribulation to start in the fall of 1975.
Yeah, and they did the same. They're doing the same thing now with the jibby jabs. They're trying to say now that, oh, we never said that it was going to cure anything. Yeah, you did. We have video evidence of it.
Yeah, I never heard it that way. I never
Yeah.
heard it that way.
Oh,
The way I heard it was, you still will did it, but it would be less.
Yeah.
I'm sorry,
I'm back.
All right. Will it play?
Let's try.
Whoa, shit.
Yeah, sorry. I put a different background. Okay.
Oh, it was just me.
Okay, let's try this again.
Now, with that being said, this video happened to pop up in my on X, and I thought you guys would find it very interesting.
Just something to consider. What if what's contained in not just the Epstein files, but the entire Pandora's box that gets opened with the initiation of the full and unredacted release of what is known in the intelligence services about the Epstein files and everything and everybody involved? What if it's known that that is such a bombshell that it can really only at this stage be used as leverage to try to smoke out all of the other collaborators? What if there's an optics game being played with the media and with the public? And yes, we are collateral damage in that optical war, but maybe there's a reason, and that the information is being baited and put out and retracted, and oh, we're going to release it. No, we're not going to release it. Oh, it exists. Oh, it doesn't exist. Oh, Epstein killed himself. No, he didn't kill himself. On and on, we're going to keep going. But what if there's a reason for that? And the reason for that is not what everybody's jumping to conclusions to, which is that everybody's evil. There is nobody helping or trying to get this information out to the public. And we're all just being completely psyoped by a dark, evil force that doesn't want this information out. There could be elements of that going on, but maybe there's a lot more at play that we just are failing to even imagine. And maybe the calculation was made by some sort of, I don't know, quantum supercomputer or something that can get the most possible accurate outcome if this does hit the public worldwide, this information. And all the outcomes were already known. Well, in fact, you wouldn't even really need a quantum supercomputer to figure this out. We've got the entire track record of human history at our disposal, and so would anybody that would be calculating all of this. They would understand human behavior. They would understand the track record of human history, and they would understand human psychology, specifically how mass formation psychosis forms and what leads to civil unrest. We have that documented. So whether we're talking some kind of advanced computer AI that's doing calculations, whether we're talking about people that just have all the psychology manuals on the desk, we're in the same boat here. And the number one outcome was seen again and again, that what would happen is our entire world would suddenly go into complete and total meltdown, simply because of how deeply embedded this network of pedophiles and criminals are, and that it's a lot more than just some guys wanting to sleep with underage girls. What if it is way deeper and darker than that? And what if that information would put 90 plus people in the hospital and also facilitate a complete shutdown of the Western economy because of the names that are involved? The corrupt people who've taken the helm of various banks, various institutions, right? All levels of government, media, Hollywood, everything you think you knew. What if it implicates it to such a degree that it might kick off some sort of civil war, civil unrest, rioting, etc.?
So just like he's saying, right? We're showing you on the screen. If you're not looking, it says again, understand one simple fact: the U.S. is connected to the rest of the world. Knowing that, understand by default, if certain intel is released, it would cause a worldwide mass suffering.
Okay.
Uh-huh. All right.
And okay, I guess I'll share this last and then we'll just discuss. And then I guess, what is the time? Is it 12:49? Okay.
Yeah.
All right. So I'm going to share this with you guys because this comes from somebody who has followed the Intel boards, the Q boards. And I want to share this because people will be like, well, why do you believe this? Well, this is one of the reasons why we think the way we do sometimes. So this is from Joe Lang on X. Why focus on a list? Is this Epstein list being used as a distraction? This isn't about a list. Never forget, we are at war. It's not about politics or just prosecuting crimes. We face an enemy insurgency within our own government. The whole secret lies in confusing the enemy so that he cannot fathom our real intent. That comes from Sun Tzu, The Art of War. So what's really going on? Do you really believe that Bondi, Cash, and Bongino don't think there is any conspiracy with the Epstein operation or the cover-up? Does anyone think they are telling the truth? Why would they be purposely lying? Do you automatically come to the conclusion that they are corrupt and that Trump just isn't smart enough to know that they are? There's actually a perfectly good explanation, but it's going to be hard for many to accept. Have you seen what Q posted about Epstein? This is just one of many of the drops on Epstein. Drop 4565, July 2nd, 2020. Possible Epstein was a puppet, not the main person or persons of interest. Financed by who or what? Foreign entities? Primary. Gather blackmail on elected politicians, dignitaries, royalty, Hollywood influencers, Wall Street, and other financial top-level players. Other high-profile industries, specific people, etc. Feed an addiction, controllable. Maxwell family background? Question mark. Robert Maxwell, history, intel, agency, wealth, class 1 to 99. Sometimes it's the people in the background that are of greater significance. All right. We were told exactly what the Epstein operation was. It was an intelligence agency operation, Mossad, CIA, and was used for blackmail against powerful and wealthy people. So why is Trump's DOJ saying that there's nothing to the Epstein investigation after convicting his handler, Ghislaine Maxwell, for trafficking minors? Do you want to know the truth? At the end of that drop, it explained it. Sometimes it's the people in the background that are of greater significance. Do you think the main targets are the people on the list? People like Clinton or Prince Andrew? They're actually the low-hanging fruit. They have no power and aren't dangerous at all. But elements of Mossad and what's left of the CIA are very dangerous and must be trapped in a completely different way if we are to avoid real danger to a lot of innocent lives. Do you realize that the rules change in war? Do you think it's possible that Trump's DOJ would lie to the American people? What about under oath? Deception is required in war, sometimes even under oath. Do you think Trump's DOJ would lie under oath in order to prevent the enemy from knowing the plan? Have you seen Q Drop 3015, March 9th, 2019? It says, it's strange credulity to believe that the Justice Department didn't know about this letter when they swore under penalty of perjury that it didn't exist. You don't exactly forget about a formal directive to investigate Hillary Clinton signed by Jeff Sessions, he added. The fact that they only found it the same week Matthew Whitaker was heading for the exit makes it hard to see DOJ's previous denial as anything but a deliberate attempt to conceal. Sessions and Whitaker shouldn't escape accountability for skipping town. Scaramucci model, how do you keep a secret? How do you prevent leaks? Q. This is important. How do you keep a secret in wartime? Prevent leaks in a war against an insurgency. Matt Whitaker was Sessions' chief of staff, and they both said that a document requested by the courts didn't exist. That document was signed, ordered by Sessions for Huber to invest Hillary in Uranium One. They denied under penalty of perjury that the document existed, and then later Whitaker, as acting AG, provided the requested document as he was going out the door. Why? The investigation was over. Why did they lie? For the exact same reason that Bondi, Cash, and Bongino are lying. To protect an ongoing RICO investigation in a time of war.
What was that document again? Can you repeat that?
It was a document. The British didn't know about this letter was sworn under penalty of perjury. The fact that they found was that makes it easier to still.
That they lied about?
Yeah, it was some document that had to do with Hillary Clinton and the investigation with Uranium One. Yeah, I'd have to go back and find the exact document of what it was.
Okay, yeah, because that's interesting. I would have to see, what happened in that situation. But you see this. Go ahead.
Last thing is kind of like when Comey came out and said that, when they were all investigating Hillary, and said that no competent prosecutor would ever take this case, and he basically let her off the hook. Mm-hmm. But for what she did, that would have been gone to the military stuff because she committed treason.
Right. And
so that's why he would have to not tell the truth, because it was an ongoing investigation.
Okay. So what they're saying is that it is right now still like in investigation, still pending. So they have to lie about it basically because it's still being investigated, and they need everything before they can actually do the crackdown and give the real information.
Well, Comey said that Hillary did act in a bad way and did commit these false, commit these getting these particular files, but she didn't have any intent to do any harm with them. So So he's saying that no prosecutor would ever, want to bring her to court because her intent was not to do any harm.
Yeah.
Okay, I guess.
Yeah, that's what
one way of seeing it.
Yeah.
Go ahead, Jimmy.
So I that's why I say I don't think this is over. And I think what we're seeing, and that's why I'm just going to sit back, like Ultra Peppy Lives Matter said, I'm just going to sit back and watch how this plays out. Because It's not over, and I think there's a game being played, and I think leverage is being used to get some of these people to fall in line with some of the things that Trump wants to have done.
Okay, interesting. Wild Wall says, so let me get this straight. You can lie to keep info from getting out to expose the other party. Couldn't the other party use the same reasoning and say we lied to expose the ones in Trump's camp that that they were corrupt?
Repeat that again.
He says, so let me get this straight. You can lie to keep information from getting out to expose the other party. Couldn't the other party use the same reasoning and say that they lied to expose the ones in Trump's camp that were corrupt?
I would say yes, because the opposition party has to be in opposition. Whoever's in office.
Right. And okay, so Wild says, where does it end and who can you trust?
No one.
Exactly.
That's why we need to see. That's why we need to see actions on stuff.
Always voice your opinion to your representatives. Don't be shy. Talk to them. Write letters.
Oh yeah, definitely. That's what I'm about to start doing. Wild also sent me a link on Discord of a Facebook post that says this. Hopefully, citizens of the world understand that the lowest level crimes committed by poor people receive the heaviest policing and punishment, while the wealthiest and most powerful people committing crimes against humanity aren't policed heavy because they own the police, lawyers, judges, governors, politicians, etc. Right?
Yeah, it's not wrong. That's not wrong. That's what we're fighting against. That's what's got to go. Those people pulling the strings. And if this information, and hang on, Joseph, if this information in the Epstein stuff exposes these people, then it's a war. You got to play it right. You got to get to a point to where, and I think we're headed there, where people know that there's some shady shit going on and they're demanding accountability. We have to demand that. So it's not, I don't fault anybody for getting upset and saying, oh, well, we should see this. We should see this now. I get that. But I think there's other stuff at play here too.
Go ahead, Joseph. Did you have a comment?
Joseph. Joseph disappeared.
Yeah, maybe he stepped away from the device or something. Oh, go ahead, Linda.
Can I make a comment? Okay, thank you. I don't believe for 1 minute that he committed suicide in that situation. What?
I said me neither.
Okay. I thought you were telling me to do something so it'll sound better. Okay, so my previous partner worked at a hospital, but it was for the criminally insane. And they had to walk by everybody's place where they slept every 15 minutes to make sure they were breathing. So I know that they are, highly monitored. I don't know about the place he was in, but I would assume that as well. And she started to explain to me as well what it would take to choke someone, and that sometimes they try to use the shower curtain pole that goes across the top. That always falls. It's very hard to commit suicide in custody like that. But I mean, yes, it does happen. But and I just think he was too powerful to just all of a sudden be gone. I wouldn't be surprised if he just is somewhere else with a different identity. I don't know the whole story around him or anything, but that's just my intuition. That's just my opinion.
Exactly.
That's
Agreed.
Yeah.
Linda, I totally agree with you on that, because I don't think he's dead either. And I'm just looking at a lot of the arrests and stings and operations that have been dismantled over the past, well, hell, it's ramped up ever since Trump came in office. But
Yes.
there's like 264 people found here, 310 people found here.
Yes.
There's been a lot of that. So are they getting information from people like Epstein? Have they turned and are they helping for a lesser deal or lesser sentence or something? We don't know. Is it possible? Yeah, anything's possible. But it's like,
Yeah,
Mhm.
those are great
all
questions.
how all of a sudden are we seeing all these pedophile rings being busted up? We're seeing a lot of that.
Yep. This is the clip really quickly that I
Okay.
wanted to play. The first one is from 2023, and then they're going to show you what he says in 2025.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein story is a big deal. Please do not let that story go. Keep your eye on this. Catherine Rumler, we need to keep the heat on this case, folks. There are a lot of people who are knee deep in the Washington swamp who are not telling you the truth about serious allegations out there that Epstein may have had video and audio of people out there doing things they shouldn't have been doing. And you should be asking yourself the question, how is it that all these people, the CIA director, the Obama fixer, Bill Clinton, all intersected paths with Jeffrey Epstein? Jeffrey Epstein isn't with us anymore, and nobody seems to want to talk about it. Outside of a few entrepreneurial media outlets saying, hey, this is a big deal.
He killed himself. You want me to? I've seen the whole file. He killed himself.
Listen, that Jeffrey Epstein.
That's what gets me. That's what gets me. I mean, even look at the body language, his eyes. He almost looks like a puppy. Like he has to say this. Like if he's forced.
Yeah, maybe.
Body language is insane.
Because when he was a podcaster, he wasn't privy to some of the information. You know, now that he's in there, now there's more information. He's like, oh, shit. I got to say this. God, I know somebody's going to pull a clip of me saying this, what I said a couple years ago. So, yeah, he looked dejected when he had to say that.
Really quickly, I am loving the comments from Valiant Thor. Welcome to the chat. This user says, if the raw, unedited intelligence is released about Epstein, it would collapse the world economy in under 72 hours. The Epstein information is a bargaining chip with a fail-safe mechanism built into the heart of the global order. Bongino and Patel wanted to burn the whole thing down until they realized the fire would consume everyone they loved first, and so the lions fell silent. The Epstein information wasn't just a ledger, it was a nuclear-level blackmail weapon, coded, protected, and booby-trapped with geopolitical implications.
I agree.
And then the last comment, he says, if the Epstein information was released, the big beautiful bill wouldn't have passed.
Correct.
Welcome to the stage.
How's everyone doing?
Easy. Welcome.
How's
Who's
everyone
this?
tonight?
We're good. Who's this?
Speak Easy. I go
Okay.
by.
Cool. Welcome.
Thank you. I was listening in on the conversation, and I'm interested in this topic, and I wanted to actually ask you guys what you guys think of this. Maybe you guys will think differently. So, like, if I was to, like, just say, like, Jimmy or Dallas here, if I was to set you up with an underage girl unknowingly to you, should you be punished for that or only me?
Unknowingly?
Yeah.
Okay, so you set me up with a 15-year-old and I didn't know.
Yeah. And then I use it for blackmail against you now, where I'm like, hey, you slept with an underage girl. If you don't do what I want, Jimmy, I'm gonna tell everybody you did this. Should I be the only one in trouble in that situation?
No, I think both people would be. I think both because I would hopefully somebody would say, "Hey, how old are you?" I mean,
Right.
of
It's your
course.
responsibility
us.
to make sure that this person is of age.
So I think if that were to happen, then both of us should be at fault.
Yeah. So I get what you're saying. So like you're saying if you didn't do like a due diligence, what if you did ask the girl, she said she was 19, and then they had some fake proof even of this girl's age, then should you get in trouble?
Yeah, it would suck, but yeah, I mean,
really, even though I'd
be like, man, I didn't know, but I don't think. I mean, yeah, that shit would suck.
It would depend on the situation, though, because if she did indeed bring false identification, then that's not the man's fault because he vetted, he tried, he did his due diligence, but she lied. So that's a different story.
Right. That's kind of like where I was thinking about this. And even in a situation, because like I'm sure a lot of people here as adults have been in a one night stand situation where you guys didn't ID each other before it happened and everything. And I'm saying humans lie, right?
Yeah.
So why would it be a good idea to say these men were tricked into sleeping with underage girls by Epstein and his team so that they could use it for blackmail? Would it be a good idea to like expose these men as bad men, or should we not put this black mark on them?
It's a good question.
You would have to prove that it was a setup. Other than that, I would never believe it.
Yeah, so like you're saying, as long as they had like some evidence that it was like being used for blackmail and everything, because like that is what the story is of Epstein and Ghislaine.
Yeah, it does happen.
They were using all of this stuff for blackmail so that they had people in high power and bad situations on video so that they could use it for blackmail, right?
I wonder what the because a case like this has gone to court. I would like to know what the finding, what precedent has been set on something like this, because that's happened before, just in regular life. A guy gets accused of statutory rape, but then he finds out that the girl lied to him. There's got to be some type of case out there that's already happened, and I would like to see what the verdict was in that situation.
Oh, there's tons of them. There's tons.
Yeah, I know. That's what I'm saying.
Yeah.
I'm sure there's tons of them.
But those are regular people. We're not talking about regular people. We're talking about ultra elite, like leaders of the world. So you're telling me that they just didn't know? I don't believe that. I don't even believe in.
Well, I don't think it's so much of a like they didn't know, but I'm seeing like he flies them out to this luxurious island that everything's like fancy, partying it up, maybe slips a little something in their drink, introduces them to an underage girl and gets them on tape sleeping with the underage girl, lying to them, saying that it's a girl of age. And they're under the influence. Like I'm saying, that man, right, as horrible as it is, the situation, right, it's horrible for that young girl. The situation is horrible in the whole,
right,
but that man, his intent wasn't to go sleep with an underage girl, right? So like I don't think he should be punished in that situation.
That would be very hard to prove, where a jury would agree with you that that was not his intent. So that would have to be a huge thing to prove. And honestly, I don't think anybody would win that. I mean, it depends, because Jeffrey Epstein is already widespreadly known to be a trafficker. So that doesn't mean that even the women were consenting to it in the first place.
Aren't we supposed to be innocent until proven guilty, though? Why? And what you're saying is they should be guilty until proven innocent.
No.
You're saying it would be hard to prove that they were.
Jury. Right.
Yeah, I get what you're saying. It'd be like maybe some juries wouldn't take this as the situation, but I think that like this is why it would be dangerous just to like release a list in full of his like client list, right? Because if some of those people on there were put into these situations unknowingly, they get grouped in with all the people who just did it knowingly.
And then that would jeopardize the whole case.
Exactly.
So what would be your remedy? Just curious, in your opinion, which way you think is the best way to handle this situation?
Well, the people that were in charge, like Epstein, Ghislaine, and his team, these people should, of course, be held accountable for sure. And then these other names that they have any connections to, I say the investigation needs to be concrete before their names get put out anywhere. Like, I don't think we should just release the client list. That would be dangerous. It'd be that is calling for vigilante justice. We need to see justice, and then they get their name put out. Right?
Yeah, because what if the name's put out there and then everybody rises up and goes to this guy's house or this girl's house, causes problems, kills the, and then come to find out later that it was a complete setup.
Right. And that'd be horrible on top of an already horrible situation.
Yeah. So I totally, because that would jeopardize the whole case.
Right.
So
100%.
yeah. And therefore I think that's why it's being played the way it's being played right now, because they have got to, like you said, man, they have got to make this concrete. It's got to be.
100%.
That's gonna take years.
Well, it may not take years, man. And the thing is, there's some of us believe that those investigations have been going on right now. And I think it's being played the way it is in the media. So the normies, the people that don't know much about this, can start learning about it. It's that important.
Yeah, and I think it will take a long time for sure. You're right. It will take a long time because, like I said, it should be done in a way that we're making sure these people are guilty. Then we indict them all, right?
Yeah.
Well, how did the Diddy case end?
Sorry?
It's still going.
Yeah, he's got his sentencing coming up in October. He got acquitted on 3 of the more serious charges. Acquitted, yeah, and he was found guilty on 2 of the lesser charges.
Well, see what we're talking about. What he was talking about. Silence is golden in this case, because you're dealing with, like you said, Jimmy, the Mossad, and
it goes deep.
It's so deep that it's probably scaring them.
This is why, when the news broke, I had the emotional side kick in immediately. It was just like immediate reaction. But then I had to step back and be like, okay, I know there's more going on to this. Now that I've explored all that, I'm just going to sit back and see what happens next. That's all I can do. It's all I can do.
Yeah.
Well, remember the 9th promise of Trump, it was to end weaponization against Americans.
Yeah.
And that's a big promise.
Yeah, and this thing has implications worldwide. It goes to the heads of state, to many different countries. I mean, he was worldwide. Epstein was.
Well, you should mention the bankers involved.
Oh, JP Morgan. JP Morgan paid out, I don't want to get this wrong, but I probably will, $325,000 to victims in the Epstein case. JP Morgan paid that. Why did JP Morgan do that?
Yeah. Okay. So question, what if nothing ever comes of it? Then what? No list, no arrest, no indictments, no nothing. Then what?
Then I believe that's when we're all screwed.
They will use that information to get their agenda done. Well, how did he push the one big beautiful bill on time? So he was on the phone talking to all kinds of people.
Or they took all the information and they buried it, and we will never know the truth.
I tell you what, I cannot wait till I hope I'm alive 30 years from now, and I can look at the documentaries done on 2020. They'll be amazing.
So just a quick question for Speak Easy. Thank you for joining us.
Yeah, it was cool, man.
Yeah, you're new.
Yeah, thanks for having me.
Yeah, it's very good comments. Yeah.
I like it when we get new folks on here.
Yeah. Do you have a channel? Speak.
Yeah. It's just called Speak Easy. Yeah. I just finished sharing your channel in my chat now.
How did you come up with that name, Speakeasy?
It's actually because I used to I still make music, but that's what I was heavily focused on, is making music.
Oh,
and
nice.
I came up with an idea that even if my music was made illegal, people would still listen to it, like a speakeasy.
Okay, yeah, I got you.
Yeah, thank you.
How'd you come across our channel?
Actually, I was literally just searching through live and I found it there and clicked in. I was like, oh, this is the combo I like.
Well, we appreciate that. Thank you.
Yeah. Thank you for having me.
We do this every Tuesday.
Every Tuesday? Oh, okay. Nice.
Every Tuesday, 9 o'clock.
We start at 9 and we usually end around this time. But since everybody's here and Wild just joined us, so I'll stay like a few more minutes and then I'll start wrapping it up. But
Yeah. No, yeah, I appreciate it, and I'll definitely come back again. This is
well, I'll go subscribe to your channel when we're done tonight.
Oh, I appreciate that, and yeah, everyone that's watching on my side, make sure you guys come over here, sub up, give a like.
Appreciate it.
Thank you.
It's great meeting you, and join Speak Easy. Join on here with us here.
Yeah, it's good meeting you too. I appreciate it.
Thank you, Dallas. Did Wild want to say something? Night, Dallas. Did Wild want to say something?
Yeah, can you hear me okay?
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right. I wanted to say something. You know, Jimmy, when you wrote down the date that Ruby said that she wasn't a Trump supporter, and you said, I'm going to write this date down because I think you'll change. I want to go on record as tonight. What is tonight's date? July something.
July 9th.
Is it 9th?
Oh, well, technically, yeah, the show started on the 8th and now it's the 9th. And it was June 9th, so it's June 9th.
Yeah, we'll put it 9th. But I want to go on record on the 9th as saying, I will say that at the end of Trump's term this time, there will still be no arrests, no lists from either there will be no lists released from either P. Diddy list or Epstein Island list. I've heard this stuff so long, so much, and they're working behind the scenes. This is war. You can't let them all know your business. But what Elon did told me what I needed to know when he released that picture, and he was in cahoots with Trump. I mean, buddy to get him elected. We all know that. That's a given. His money, his fame, everything. His X platform definitely helped Trump to get elected. I do know that. And I'm not an anti-Trump guy, but I'm telling you that list will never be released. If there was never a list, it should have never took this long to do. To say, oh, there's not a list. There was never a list to begin with. We didn't find nothing. But at first, for people to say there was a list, and it's conveniently, oh, well, there's not now. But I do want to go on record as of today saying his presidency will end. There will be no arrest, no list. He's too much involved with, same way with when Obama had those pictures with P. Diddy. That's why P. Diddy's not going to get what one of us, I'll put it this way, if me or Jimmy Bell or Dallas or any of us was to just go up and slap not even a minor, but just an of-age girl's butt in public, they would slap us in jail right now and get us for sexual harassment, this and that. And it wouldn't take years. I'll tell you that right now. It won't take years. But these guys are good at what they do. The celebs, the politicians, they're all they scrub each other's back. They're doing smoke and mirrors right now to us. Oh, look, this is going to be done. Oh, that. Remember, Trump told us in his first term, Mexico's going to pay for that wall, did they? I know people's going to do like the watch turn and pull from here and say, well, in theory they did because, they're having to send troops here and they're doing this. But I knew, and you've got a doctorate like the watch turn does to make it look better. But he is, if you research Trump real good, his sister's a judge, federal judge, if I remember right. Jimmy might have to correct me on this, but they all know how the system works. We don't. They do. They know how to use it to their advantage. And I'm not bashing Trump as an anti-Trump, this or that. I actually think he was the better candidate because Biden was do nothing. He was Sleepy Joe. But as far as it goes, nothing's ever going to come of this. I don't care if it's 3 years on the road, 5, 7. They are in cahoots. They will rub each other's back. And
well, I think that's a misconception a lot of people have, is that they think if you point out something wrong that Trump is doing, this means you're anti-Trump, right? Like I was just saying that, like this, the way this has been handled, the whole Epstein thing, is a failure on Trump's part, because this is something he like held part of. Like, we're gonna release all of the stuff. We're gonna get the truth of everything. So like this is a failure on his part, and it's not anti-Trump to say that, right?
Right.
But like I think he's winning a lot more than he's losing. So like it wouldn't be fair to just say because of this failure he's just a failure as a president, right? That wouldn't make sense.
Agree,
That's what a lot of people do try to do, and I get why you're saying I'm not being anti-Trump, because a lot of people do say that. And like Elon doing the whole like putting Trump is on the list thing, like that looks bad for Elon, right? Because Elon also was part of helping Trump get reelected. So what are you saying about yourself, right? Like that was he does a lot of really like socially awkward things to try to boost his businesses.
Right, but we all do know Elon got access to some information none of us common Joes have, right? And that's what a lot of people's complaining about. Oh, he's got my name, he's got this. He got a lot more information than people realize, and that's why Trump ain't going to shake the boat too much. I'll put it that way. But as I say, I'm just saying that those lists will never be released. There's going to be scrub-a-dub-dub on names. They already have been on both parties. Don't get me wrong. This ain't just scrub.
I mean, we're still waiting for to find out who shot JFK. So
there you go.
I get what you're trying to say here. I do get what you're trying to say here.
What about
There's certain things that seem to just get completely buried and we never see them again, right? And we're like, what happened there? What happened?
Right.
This is why I think it's so important for the people to demand accountability instead of waiting for it. Instead of just waiting for the politicians and the courts and all that, we need to demand the justice and accountability for any wrongdoing by these people.
Yeah. Just a quick question for Speakeasy. If you don't mind, can you kind of describe where you are on the political spectrum, or if you're affiliated with a party, or if you voted, who you voted for, etc.?
Yeah. So I voted Trump, and like that's what I do on my channel. Is like I'm a conservative commentator, so I'm definitely on the right side.
Okay, but the right wing is huge. What would you identify as?
Yeah, I would say I'm conservative. I'm a Christian, so I follow God, right? Like I'm not really
Mm-hmm.
because there's obviously I'm not like far right wing where it's like radicalized, but like I'm a Christian, and I live my worldview by Christian ethics.
Okay, interesting.
It's cool, yeah.
Okay, let me ask you this then, Speakeasy. As far as you voted for Trump and stuff, and I understand why. But what about his relations and the little cover up with Stormy? What was your feelings on that?
Oh, of course, it's degenerate, right? But like I wouldn't say this is something to characterize. Like I think somebody who does like degenerate things could still fit perfectly as a president, as long as this doesn't get involved with their decision making, right? Like yes, he was involved with the corn star, but he's also somebody that wants to like bring back a more traditional family style life. So like he's for the adding of age verification for corn sites and stuff. So like he doesn't let what he did, his love for women, involve into his political decisions. So I would say yes, it's a degenerate move for him, but it doesn't really speak to him as a president.
Okay, one more quick thing, if I may, and then I'm gonna have to get going. But what you said earlier really resonated with me. Speak easy about, well, what about if a girl was underage but the guy didn't know? Are you familiar with Tracy Lords? What happened in the sex industry with her? She was just 15. Actually, almost what you said about a 15-year ago. I watched interviews with them other girls that had talked about her. They said they would have swore she was at least 21. They said at 15 she had a body that most girls can only believe or dream about. And she almost took the whole sex industry down because she had fake IDs. Everyone they said that ID'd her, she had proof. What were they to do back then? They couldn't verify it like they do today. So it got a lot of guys in trouble. But that I agree with where you're just going with that. It's like you're supposed to be innocent until proven guilty. But in today's world, most women, I ain't gonna say all of them, but most of them, all they gotta do is say, "Oh, he raped me," and it's up to the guy to prove he didn't. It ain't up to other people to prove. He's supposed to be innocent, but that's not the way it's viewed.
Especially with the rise of the like Me Too movement.
There you go.
And feminism infecting everything that you look at or hear about. This is a huge, like any man that gets an accusation, even when they're proven innocent after, that part gets buried. Like they just have this black mark on them forever. And it's a real big problem, especially for men, because like women get these accusations. Like you'll hear about it all the time, teachers sleeping with their students and stuff like this, and it doesn't stick on them nearly the way it does with men, right? And it's just the way it is. And I think this is why it's really important to make sure. This is why I was saying, like, I get our want for the list, but I want that list when we make sure that whole list is all guilty people that we need to shame and condemn.
Yeah. Well, and I think too, with politicians we see today, like the Trump and the Stormy Daniels, that stuff's going to get blown up. We had the Monica and Clinton, that all got blown up. But I don't see everybody going off on Clinton like they have Trump. That's just, what I see. But we also don't know, because we didn't have the media back then, of what some of our old senators and old presidents, back in the 30s, the 20s, late 1800s, we don't know about their personal lives. We don't know if they had a love for prostitutes or not.
No, we just know that what they did as presidents, and
exactly
they were good or not, right? Okay, and that's what's important when it comes to the president, right? I as much as I want the president to be a God-fearing man and a man who lives by Christian ethics, I'll put that aside for him being a good president and running the country this way.
Yeah.
What about the next Republican candidate that follows him? What if he says, well, I want to finish what Trump started. He couldn't release the list, but I'm going to get that list out. Would you buy into that again? Or would it be fool me once, shame on me, fool me twice? Or fool me once, shame on you, fool me twice, shame on me. Would you accept that as the next Republican candidate saying something similar to that? Or would you be like, nah, I ain't going to buy into that list stuff again?
Yeah, I would look at this as like a desperate attempt. I don't think this will even be brought up. I think right now, the way it looks, as things like, it's such a far away prediction to make, but the way it looks like Vance is probably gonna take the next spot up, unless somehow, we get to vote for Trump again, and I would do that.
You do know when Trump was asked that point blank, he said, "Do you see J.D. Vance?" I don't want to put words in his mouth, but something similar to about being your right after you or taking your spot after you're gone. He said no. He said no, I don't. I don't know if he was hoping one of his sons might take his spot or who. I don't want to make assumptions, but he definitely said that he didn't see J.D. Vance taking it.
Well, his sons are pretty high IQ'd individuals, and it would make sense that he'd want his family to continue running too. So
that's what I was thinking.
I thought what he would do is a smart move is, take advantage of everybody wanting a woman president. and make one of his daughters run.
There you go. I was thinking that same thing, especially since his one daughter did marry a Jewish guy.
No.
You don't
You
think
guys
it
already know how I feel about women in politics. Absolutely not.
Well, it would be Trump really running it. That's why I want it, right?
Oh yeah.
Just because you have that opinion, other people can have other opinions.
Yes. Yes,
I think it'd be great.
Since this is the
Trump
first
would
time
really
you
be the
showed
one
up on
behind the puppet master, you know? It'd be Trump running everything, but he'd take his daughter and then say, yeah, we have a woman president.
Yeah, since this is the first time you've joined us, you haven't gotten to know us yet on where we stand on things. Ruby believes in some, dare we say, some radical ideas. Not radical.
Extreme. I am an
Okay, we'll say
extremist.
extreme. Me, not so much on some things. So
Hey, I'm the same way. I think we should repeal the 19th. I'm with you here. Okay, women shouldn't be even voting. It's actually what's run us to a bad place. So I'm with you there. I
That's
just think
offensive. That's like
if
the
we're going to
most
be in the world
ridiculous thing.
of
Wow.
modernity, we have to take advantage sometimes. And if you want to get the left on our side a little bit and get their votes too, you just make Trump's daughter run and then have Trump really run everything.
No. Linda wanted to
Lord.
make a comment. Linda, make your comment. I think you was about to say something. Go ahead, Linda.
Women have had the right to vote for only 100 years. And it took 100 years of suffrage for us to be able to vote. And the sacrifices that were made, women lost their children, they got kicked out of the house. Just to hear someone say that he doesn't believe women should vote I get that he gets to have his opinion, and I respect that he gets to have his opinion. I just don't respect that opinion. That's where I'm coming from.
That's fair, but I think a lot of women would disagree with you back when they were
Sure they could.
Vote, right? A lot of women didn't want the right to vote. So, like,
I'm sorry, I
think,
interrupted you when you were getting ready to say back when, and can you go ahead from there?
yeah, I was saying back when the suffragettes were going around, saying we need women to help us so we can get the right to vote. Most women didn't want this right to vote. Like, they didn't want to have to deal with all this stuff. And like, to be fair, I don't think a lot of men should vote either. So like, I'll be fair.
Oh yeah, it's equal opportunity.
Are you familiar with the suffragette movement?
Yes.
Are you talking
A
about
lot of
those
history
women?
we're taught too is like bogus.
Yeah.
My question to you is that, and I'm just trying to get clarity. Are you under the impression that the women that were involved in suffragettes to get the right to vote, that are you saying that they didn't want the right to vote?
No, I was saying the majority of women were not involved in trying to get the right to vote.
Okay.
Yeah, like when they went around trying to get the votes of women to say that we want the right to vote, most women didn't sign. They're like, nah, we don't want to do that.
You know what? I don't even know. I would like to know who started that movement. What was their affiliation? What was their agenda? I don't know who it was.
Well, it was also associated with the black men getting to vote as well.
But I would like to know if that was being pushed kind of like feminism is today.
Well, what I would suggest for you guys is a great book called Occult Feminism by Rachel Wilson, and it will give you all the history of exactly what you're asking for right now.
What was it called? Occult what?
Occult Feminism.
And the author was?
Yeah, The Secret History of Women, Women's Liberation.
Who was the author?
Rachel Wilson.
Okay. I'll go look that up.
Great book. And it'll give you all of the answers to what you're asking right now. This is the thing. Feminism is actually was a plot to poison society, to take apart families and break down society how it is. And it's why so many people today are very individualistic. They want me, and family doesn't matter anymore. And they tell men and women, you guys are the same. Actually, you know what? You can be each other. Men can be women and women can be men. And this is where it all started.
We've talked about that before.
Yeah.
How do you feel about this comment? If it wasn't for women, Trump wouldn't be president. How would you answer that?
Well, I would actually disagree because we've seen the biggest turnout, especially this last election. We've seen the biggest turnout for men voting. Finally, like men came in hard for Trump this year. They knew that that was the whole too big to rig thing. Everyone was like, listen, we have to go out and fight this time. So like men really turned up for Trump. So I don't think if it wasn't for women, a lot of women actually don't even want to vote. And the ones that do vote more based on like their feelings of security rather than like the freedoms and of the people and the country. And this is where you get into this, like you're controlled in everything you do.
I'm curious as to like before women got human rights, they were considered the property of men. Are you familiar with that? Is that something that you would promote, or am I way off?
So sorry, you're saying like women used to be the considered property of men?
Correct. Yes.
Yeah. So
that's biblical.
I think you have like a misconception here, right? Like they weren't like legally written down as property of men, right? And like a lot of people think like women couldn't work. That's false. The whole idea of women not being able to have bank accounts and not have lines of credit and stuff like this was so that women could never accrue any debt, right? So like the debt was always on the man. It wasn't that women weren't spending money. It wasn't that women couldn't work. It wasn't that women were just locked up in their houses on chained to the stoves. None of this. It was that so that all that responsibility was always on the man, how it should be. Right? It was to make sure that if something happened, that woman wasn't left with a bunch of debt and property to pay taxes on and everything. Nothing fell on her shoulders. She was freedom. Most freedom a woman could have had was back then. Now they're slaves to a owner of a job company they work for. They're slaves to the bills they have to pay. They're slaves to everything now.
And I want to go on the numbers. The person said, "Oh, if it wasn't for the women, Trump wouldn't have got president." Well, if the women weren't voting, there would have been no female votes for Trump. There would also been no female votes for Kamala. So it washes out.
Good point, Jimmy. Linda, I think you wanted to give one more comment, and then I have a question for
I was
Speakeasy.
just
Go
gonna.
ahead, Linda.
I was going to thank Speakeasy for his comment, his reply. That's about it. Yeah.
I didn't know about the whole not wanting women to accrue debt. That's interesting. I never heard that before.
Yeah, that was the whole idea of women not having to have things in their name. They were never able to have lines of credit and none of that. It was because women even had bank cards. They still had bank cards. It was just in their husbands' names. I mean, that's good. That was good for women. Women had it, right? Women had ownership of properties. They just never had the responsibility that come with it. Because
Sorry, I apologize.
No, go ahead. But yeah.
I wonder how many women today would be more than happy to trade the financial aspect of things with the women back then. Because how many women and men, but since we're talking about women, how many got debt? Tons of debt.
Yeah.
They hold 80% of the consumer debt of today. Yeah.
And so this just takes it back to the whole them trying to get a system of complete control over everybody and make us all slaves to their system. The women
they wanted to tax the household twice. They were only getting one tax out of each household, right? Well, why not make the women go out there and work too so we can tax it twice?
Exactly.
And their kids are just right of age, make it so hard to live that their kids have to work right away too, and we can tax 3 people in that house. Like that's all it's about is the money. Yep.
Yep.
Does that happen when a couple files their taxes together? They're taxed twice. Is that how that works?
No, they're taxed twice on income. Sorry, so like that's what I mean. When they make their income, they're taxed twice.
Right.
Yeah,
So
we're
that's
taxing.
If the couple does their taxes like joint tax, does that happen? And would that qualify under what he's just now mentioning, being taxed twice? Okay.
Yes, Linda. Because, for example, my wife, when she gets her paycheck, she gets taxed. Okay, all year long. Me,
Yes.
I'm self-employed, so I have to pull my own taxes out. So I wait to the end of the year and to let them tell me, how much tax I owe or don't owe. So
Right. I used to
yes,
be an independent contractor. Yes.
yeah. So
Okay.
so yes, we are both taxed.
Okay. Do you file your taxes together as a
Yes,
couple?
yes.
Okay. Thank you. That's what
You're
I was
welcome.
curious about.
Yeah.
Okay, so quick question for Speak Easy, because I have never had another conservative. I mean, aside from, the chat and Jimmy. So Speak, let me know. You said you're like a Trump supporter. Is that correct? Safe to
Yep.
assume? Okay. I'm curious, what, in your opinion, what don't you like about him? Because I could pretty much guess why you love Trump, because I used to like him too up until 2 weeks ago or 3 weeks ago. 3 weeks ago. So I want to know your opinion. What don't you like about him?
I don't like. So I find that recently he's seeming to bend a lot to the lobbyist, which was a strong suit of him that he never did that, right? And it seems certain ways he's going, and like that's why I said with the Epstein thing here too, it's a failure on his part, because it seems another thing. I was all for the TikTok ban. I was for this. Like I was talking about it long before they even said it. And when it failed, when he said no, actually we're not going to ban it, I was like, wait, what? He said specifically he was going to ban it. Like he was a big part of he's going to ban it. So I was upset about that. Like I'm one of the first ones to say, like, yes, I like Trump, but I'm not going to blindly follow him like he's God or
Right.
something, right? Like I'll be the first one to tell you when he's doing stupid shit.
And I think
Yeah,
that's
thank you.
I think that's the misconception a lot of people have about Trump supporters. They think that whatever he does is all hunky dory with us, but no, there's some things that we question and we've gotten upset about.
Yeah, but the problem is that people like that, they'll acknowledge that, but then they'll vote for him again. Whereas I am like, if he doesn't change this X, Y, and Z stance, I'm gonna switch my party to, because I do feel like I'm a constitutionalist. So I would rather support that party that mirrors my values and morals more than the Republican Party just because Trump is running. Like, no, I'm not gonna support him until he goes back to the Trump that we fell in love with years ago.
Right. I get that.
Yeah, and I get what you're saying. I have run into certain people that will just like anything that he's done wrong, they will fight tooth and nail to like justify it and say it's not wrong. But like the TikTok thing I brought up, like literally one day says he's gonna ban it, caves the next day after he gets voted. It's like, wait a minute, wait, dude, that's
But I
no,
think that's
I'm
more,
not with that.
but I think that's more of like a business angle. I want Trump to be America first. If it doesn't benefit Americans, then why the heck are you signing a specific bill or supporting anything that has nothing to do with us? Like the anti-Semitic bill a long time ago that they pushed forward. That was like the first strike. Then he talked about the 500,000 Chinese students. Like, what the heck is that? And then what was the next thing, Trump? It was like a list that I'm sick and tired of him now. And I told Jimmy long time ago, I'm off the train. I don't like him anymore. I appreciate him, right? I appreciate Trump, but I'm ready to move on. I think the guy for us is coming. I just don't think Trump is the guy.
Okay, I get what you're trying to say. You're just saying he hasn't satisfied all of what you expect and what you want the
Right.
president to be.
Right. Yeah, I was disappointed by the things he's been saying and doing when I would have thought that Trump would have said absolutely not. Just like how he's hardcore with the border and illegal immigration, have the same energy when it comes to these like Chinese students. I thought they were our enemy, first of all.
Well,
And what
that's
about
the thing I was talking about, where I see him bending to the lobbyists, because now he's saying we're not going to go
Exactly.
after farmers and we're going to help the farm workers have a way to stay here and stuff. And it's like,
That's
wait a
the
minute.
one. The farmers and the hotel. What the hell is he talking about? Everybody needs to go. So why would he even say it? And this
Yeah.
is Trump who we talking about. When he said they're
Maybe because
murderers,
it's affecting his friends and the money that his friends are getting, and possibly himself and his hotels
he's
and
already in office.
hospitality businesses.
Right,
What?
but he's
Yeah, I
already
think
in
he's
office. He's
bending a
not
little
running
bit to the
anymore.
lobbyists here, where he's like, okay, well, you know what, for farmers, we'll give them a way to stay here and this and that. And it's like, well, dude, you said you were just gonna make them leave, so just make them leave, right? Like, do what you said. So I get what you're saying, yeah.
Oh, and when he dragged Thomas Macy the other week, like, aren't we all on the same side? Like, aren't we supposed to be on the same side? And Thomas Macy, arguably, sorry, I don't know how to pronounce that word. Isn't he like more America first than Trump? Like that
Well,
could be
Trump
debatable.
dissing his own team isn't nothing new of Trump. Right?
Yeah,
He's
that's not
very
new at all.
vocal about anything he thinks is going wrong. He just he just says it.
Because
Yeah,
I
did
would
you
say
watch
we
the
have to take
Republican
away
primary in
any
2015?
social media from any president. That would help their terms a lot better if they just during their presidency they had no social media access.
Yeah.
No, I think he just singled Thomas because Thomas disagreed with him. Anybody who disagrees with him, he gon' drag you, and that's not okay. Like,
But you still think he was a better pick than Kamala Harris?
Listen, they didn't even try. Okay, the Democrats are lazy, or they're doing it on purpose to them. They're shooting themselves in the foot. They didn't even try. Like I said on another stream, they had Andrew Yang, and back in the day when I was like blue pilled, I would have voted for Andrew. You know what I'm saying? Like, it was a great guy, and Bernie was okay back then. You know, like there was a whole frenzy when he was running, right? So I was on that boat. They were great in my opinion.
Bernie's almost as bad as Biden now, though. You know what I'm saying?
I realize that now.
Bernie doesn't know where he is almost now. He's getting to that point. Like that last Joe Rogan appearance showed that he's just like, he's not in there anymore.
Yeah.
But they're not even trying anymore. Like they could really get a great person. I believe in the Democratic Party. If they really tried, they can do it. I think they're just not doing it on purpose, or I don't know.
So is there like a specific person you've heard of and have in mind, or you're just saying like these candidates just they ain't it? That's what you're saying.
Nah, they all suck. They all suck.
Well, I could agree with you here, right? Like if I was to be completely honest, right, our decision is between Kamala and Trump, and it's not like we had the best decisions in the world. But I still think out of the decisions we had, we did make the best decision in the world, 100%. I think Kamala would have, we would have had another 4 years of complete toxic mess of kids being transitioned, and
our border would have been wide the fuck open.
Yeah.
So it would have overwhelmed the
no
country.
more borders, guys. Can America? Let's go.
Yeah, it would have overwhelmed the nation if that would have happened. Well, hey, it's almost 5 hours. I can't believe we've gone almost 5 hours tonight.
Yeah, almost. So I'm gonna start wrapping it up. But Speak Easy needs to join us again.
I definitely will.
Yeah, or maybe just watch like our past episodes when I said some crazy stuff. You might understand me now. But
yeah, I'll definitely go check out some stuff, and then maybe I can we'll bring up some combos in the future. And if you like debating this kind of stuff, I do like a show once a week called Verbal Combat, and it's a open panel blood sport debate. And like the chat is also able to do attacks on the panelists while they're debating, so they can like mute people, put them in 1v1s, all this. And then at the end of the night, the winner gets usually it's $150, a custom character, and then a couple promotion on my Discord channels and my YouTube. But this week, because the prizes has rolled over a couple weeks, we're at $600. So whoever wins this week, it's a $600 prize.
Really?
Yeah, you might enjoy it. You might enjoy it. And my crowd teams seems to lean more to the right, so people on the right do get heavier votes from the crowd to win. So you'd probably do good there.
Are you on Facebook?
No, I just on YouTube. I have an Instagram. If you're just looking for,
I don't have Instagram.
Contact.
I'm not
I have my
I'm not
email
hip like that.
If you go to my channel, my email's there. If you want to just send me an email.
Yeah, man. Okay, cool.
Yeah, this is his page, just in case anybody is interested. And I did post it in the chat. There, that's it, right? I think that's it.
That's it right there. Yep.
Okay, so I'm gonna share it in the chat just for whoever is still here after almost 5 hours.
I cannot, man.
Or you have Discord? Do you have Discord, Jimmy?
I do not.
Oh, okay. Yeah, okay, then email me then.
All right.
Jimmy needs to get on Discord, don't he, Ruby?
I know.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yes.
I try to. I'm on so many different things.
But Jimmy, on Discord, you can share stuff. So
trust me, before I started streaming, I hated all the different things too, but I realized it's a good way to connect with people, so I had to get
All right. I have to jump on there. During the summertime, I just don't have a lot of time, and I find sometimes I can have an addictive personality, so I can find myself always on something. But in the wintertime, I got more time to do stuff like that. Because, yeah, I mean, there's always something to do here in the summertime. Where are you from?
So I live both in America and Canada. I travel back and forth from Michigan to Toronto.
Are you dual citizenship?
Yeah.
You are? Okay.
Yes.
But are you American?
Yeah.
You're American, right?
Yeah.
You were born in America.
Oh, no. I was born in Canada.
But
I have
here you're going to have some good conversations with Ruby in the future.
Lord.
I will be there for that one.
That's okay. My chat reams on me for being Canadian all the time. It's okay.
Wow.
But you'll find that if you ever come around and watch that, I tend to know a lot more about American politics than a lot of the Americans I run into. So it's
that's not even hard to fathom.
Yeah.
See, this is why I say I understand when I say women shouldn't vote. It seems rough, but a lot of men shouldn't vote either.
Yeah.
I've said worse things and people still put up with me. So we need to compare notes because I need to know how extreme you are or what would you debate something. You know what I mean? Like I want to gauge your conservativeness, I guess, because you consider yourself a conservative. So I want to gauge
we'll
that.
definitely have some more talks about it for sure.
Yeah, definitely. I'm gonna visit your channel. I already subscribed. Thank you for joining. This is really fun.
Absolutely.
And educational. Because I just woke up to politics in 2020. And Jimmy was the only person that had my back. You know, he opened the floodgates for me. And then I started this show about a year ago. And I've been saying crazy stuff ever since.
Our 1 year anniversary is coming up soon.
Actually, tonight was our anniversary. Me and you, our very first episode, Jimmy.
Are you serious?
On the 9th, 1 year ago today.
This was our 1 year anniversary show and we didn't know?
Yes. I knew, but since
you
brought it
didn't say anything?
I just did. You reminded me. So I was
after 5 hours.
Yeah. So 1 year when Jimmy voluntarily became a co-host on my show, he just hijacked it, and now it's Jimmy and Ruby Quinn. But before that, it was just me saying outlandish stuff because I'm still exploring myself politically and my identity politically and who I would vote for, who I would not vote for. And my followers or viewers have been watching my journey through that. Jimmy is a little bit more established, so I follow Jimmy, and then I go, I go left field a lot, and then he kind of gears me back, and we go with the flow on here.
The biggest thing that I tell her, Speakeasy, is don't freak out over every little news thing. When a story pops, don't freak out. I sent her a message the other night on the whole Epstein. I said, don't freak out, Ruby.
Right. Yeah, so we're still learning. This is a community of also ex-Jehovah's Witnesses. I don't know if you know about that religion / cult. So
yeah, I know about that cult. Yeah.
Okay,
yeah, we came from that cult.
Oh, that's the only thing that would make this show better right now is if he opens up and says, "Well, my family was raised witnesses."
Oh my God!
I'm waiting for it.
No.
He knows
Thank
somebody.
the Lord for that.
He knows somebody that is though.
Yeah, I do actually. I've met a couple of them, and I've debated a few too as well. So.
Yeah, so have we.
Not me. I mean, we're former members of that cult, so we were never allowed to vote or to get politically involved or opinionated. So this was like my coming out of being politically motivated and involved. And so that's
Right.
where the journey kind of started. So I'm still pretty new to a lot of things. So I'm gonna definitely check out your channel for educational purposes, and to gauge your politics. And you claim to be a Christian, so I would like to learn more about your Christianity. Yeah. All right.
Yeah,
well,
come
thank
by.
you.
Come by, and everyone, it was great talking to you all, and everyone in my chat again. One more time, make sure you guys come over here, hit the like, hit the sub, all of that. Okay, send in super. Are you monetized? Send in super chats. Okay, all of that. Okay, and
We appreciate that.
great talking to you all, and I can't wait to talk to you all again.
Looking forward to it.
Yes, thank you so much, guys. Thank you to everybody in the chat. Thank you to Linda, Joseph, Wild, Jimmy. Who else joined? Jesse. Who else joined? I think I got everybody.
I think you got everybody.
Yeah, especially the chat. Everybody has been here sticking with us for almost 5 hours. That's insane. But it's really cool that you guys have stuck around this long. Oh, and thank you to this guy, Speakeasy. I almost forgot. Yes. Oh, how cool. Bobby just sent $1.99.
That's awesome.
John Marciano is a real one. All right, guys, I'm gonna end the stream here. Jimmy, any final thoughts?
Just hey, who knows what we'll be talking about next week? There's always something new. You never know what's going to be happening. The news cycle's running so fast. But yeah, just we'll see what next week holds. But it's really cool. This was our 1-year anniversary. I didn't know that.
Yeah, our very first episode, and it was tonight.
Wow, that's awesome.
Tuesday 1 year ago, we had our first episode.
Awesome. Well, thank you everybody for being here this evening. Hope you enjoyed the show. And yeah, we'll be back next week.
Yeah, Tuesday, 9 p.m. Eastern time. And I was already slurring my words, man. I'm tired.
Yeah, I'm a little tired tonight.
Yeah, I couldn't even say arguably. Arguably. Like I feel like on the back of my throat is numb. Pause. All right, guys. Have a good have a good
night,
evening.
everyone.
See you next Tuesday. Bye.
Trump, yeah, okay, bury him a legend, yeah, Trump, hey, okay, America's biggest blessing, free speech advocate, packing, never lacking it, I just bought another gun and ain't nobody taking it, gang, okay, the White House going crazy now, MAGA season, tell them liberals they can't break us down, it's up, they know we run it, best believe it now, about to paint the city red, please don't burn it down, gang,